Yeah, he didn't reach out to me.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's council meeting. Mr. Philip Broad. Good morning, Mr. Broad. Yeah, if you could come right here. Guys, when you talk about health and wellness, especially in our community, we have a chance to honor someone and recognize someone, especially when you talk about behavioral health and primary affordable medical health. Mr. Broth has been a leader. And just in a brief, Baptist Community Health Services has served our community for over 10 years and has grown to meet every need as those needs have arisen in our community. Now with 5 clinics and an ever-increasing patient volume in medical services, BCHS has scaled to meet the challenges not of just of now, but of the future. Mr. Brock has extensive experience in building and operating businesses that service customers from coast to coast and is passionate about Baptist Community Health Services. And so this is an opportunity to honor one of our leaders in that field. And Mr. Brock, Councilmember Green. Mr. Brock, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here and to be recognized. BCHS was the first, after the events of Hurricane Katrina, to make a commitment to the Ninth Ward to be part of the solution to rebuilding community and to serving those who are underserved. So it's our pleasure to be there. It's our headquarters. We have expanded, but that's where our focus has always been and will remain.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you for the work that you do, and good morning to you.
Good morning.
I'm pleased to tell you that my daughter recently graduated from medical school, but she also spent time and practiced in the rural areas of Mexico and Belize and looks forward to coming back to New Orleans.
Absolutely.
One of the reasons that I want her to come back to our city is because there's so much compassion and community support out there for the people that she's concerned about and those who are people in need. So thank you for the healthcare services that you provide. Thank you for your commitment to the community, everything that you do, behavioral health and the like. It's very much appreciated and makes a positive difference. And it's one of the reasons that my daughter will be coming back when she finishes her residency.
Well, thank you, Councilman Green. I'm looking forward to you sending her resume our way and for us meeting her.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Broad, this proclamation reads, New Orleans is renowned for its food, festivals, and famous citizens. And whereas the City Council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities, now therefore be proclaimed that this City Council, at behest of Councilman Oliver Thomas, recognize Philip Broad of Baptist Community Health Services for more than 10 years of providing high-quality, affordable primary medical and behavioral health care, regardless of income and insurance. And God bless y'all for what y'all do. Let's give Ms. Broad a hand if all the folks are in here.
Thank you very much.
Ready? Roll call. Council President Morrell,
Here.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Jeruso, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember King, Councilmember Green,
Present.
Councilmember Thomas. We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First up, we will have the invocation by Bishop Jonathan Everett. Thank you for being here today, Bishop Everett.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this day, and we pray, first of all, for your goodness and your kindness. We ask, Lord, Father, that you give us capacity for our extremities that exist within our city. Give us the courage to approach them and correct them. I pray, Father, for each council person and each citizen, Father, that you bless them even if they are exhausted. That every day we are trying, and trying sometimes is killing us. I pray, Father, that you help us bring back the excitement and the pride of our city, our culture, and our surrounding areas. And Father, at the end of the day, allow us to see past our differences, that we can unite on our similarities, that we can do it for the people, we can do it for our city, we can do it for our country. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Thomas.
On page 2, we have approval of the minutes for meetings of May 8, 2025, May 22nd, 2025, and May 28, 2025 special.
Moved by Councilmember Harris, seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor? Aye. 6 yeas, no nays. The minutes are adopted.
Consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Claire Button. This may be received. RTA application 2024-0285, 5520 Loyola Street, MCM Development, LLC. Hearing set for 6/26. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received. We have a communication from Brianne McNamara. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Brianne McNamara. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Romeo S. Samuels. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Tyra Johnson Brown. This may be received and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. We have a communication from Erica P. Sensenbrenner, 617 Canal Street, Units 201, 301, and 401. This may be received. Hearing date set for 6/26. We have a communication from Elizabeth Holman, RTA application 2023-0284, 3301 Chippewa Street, Adler Camelback, LLC. This may be received. Hearing date 7/10/25. We have a communication from Jasmine Bush. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Joseph W. Threat. This may be received and referred to the Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee. We have a communication from Zachary Smith, 80 Audubon Boulevard. This may be received. Hearing date 6/26. We have a communication from Tammy Jackson. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a report of Jennifer Vagno. This may be received. We have a report of Eleanor Burt, 251 through 53 Pine Street. This may be received. We have a report of Yvette Jett, this 1137 North Robinson Street. This may be received. We have a report of LaKenya Collins. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 6/26/25. We have a report of Austin Whitley. This may be received. We have a report of Roman Samuel. This may be received. We have a report of Bianca Brown. This may be received. We have a report of Caitlin Tamrick. This may be received. We have a report of Brian Laparo. This may be received. We have a report of Leanne Crowley. This may be received. We have a report of Micah Ince. This may be received. We have a report of Cassandra B. Robert. This may be received. We have a report of Anita Curran, 25909-018, demo 3939 Fairmont Drive. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 6/26/25. We have ordinance calendar 35,104 by Councilmember Morrell. This was referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,105 by Councilmember Thomas, municipal address 2109 through 2113 St. Maurice Street, zoning docket 425. We have ordinance calendar 35,106 by Councilmember Harris, municipal address 5001 Ferret Street and 2316 Robert Street, zoning docket 1725. We have ordinance calendar 35,118 by Councilmember King, municipal address 3100 through 3102 Dauphine Street, zoning docket 2025. We have ordinance calendar 35,119 by Councilmember Thomas, municipal address 7911 Redfish Street, zoning docket 2125. We have motion line over M25304 by Councilmember Thomas by request. Public Works Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25307 by Councilmembers Thomas, Jeruso, and Green by request. Public Works Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25308 by Councilmembers Thomas, Jeruso, and Green by request. Public Works Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25313 by Councilmembers Morrell, Harris, and Green by request. Governmental Affairs recommended approval. We have motion M25314 by Councilmembers Morrell, Harris, and Green by request. Governmental Affairs recommended approval. We have motion M25315 by Councilmembers Morrell, Harris, and Green by request. Governmental Affairs recommended approval. We have motion M25321 by Councilmember Green by request. Governmental Affairs recommended approval. We have motion M25322 by Councilmember Harris by request. Governmental Affairs recommended approval. We have motion M25323 by Councilmember King by request. Governmental Affairs recommended approval. This is all matters on consent.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside.
In regards, number one, regulating utilities. The street lights at Felicity and Magnolia are still there. They're blinking red and have been blinking red for several weeks, if not a couple of months now. No stop signs have been put up, and that one single traffic light out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 7 is still blocking the cable that prevents AT&T from removing one of their rotting poles. So in the event that we're not going to remove the lights, perhaps we could install some stop signs, because that's what can't talk anymore, blinking red lights mean, and then we can leave the blinking lights and just remove the one single traffic light ensemble that is blocking the cable, and then maybe we can have access in such a manner that AT&T can remove their pole. I bring this up because I've been trying to get the pole removed since 2018 and failing again. And as I age and have mental problems, I think I will be selling my house in about a year and a half, and would like to leave behind a slightly different situation than we currently have there at that intersection. So I bring it to your attention again. I hope that things can progress in some manner. I don't know if the Council Utility Regulatory Office can involve itself in the matter or not, and I don't know if any of you would care to speak with people in the administration and see if removing one traffic light is possible, and if it is, perhaps AT&T will be able to act before I move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. The board is clear. I'll move to adopt the consent agenda. Can I get a second? Second by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines.
Aye.
All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. Madam Clerk.
It's 5-2.
5 yeas, sorry. 5 yeas.
At the top of page 16, we have legislative grouping, demo application of the White Morrison transmitting demolition application 2509018 demo, requiring the City Council review and approval of the following properties at 3939 Fairmount Drive, Council District D. We have motion M25340 by Councilmember Green approving the demolition request for property located at 3939 Fairmount Drive.
This demolition request is for a single-story accessory structure at 3939 Fairmount Drive, basically a garage. The structure has deteriorated over time from termite damage and structural damage sustained as far back as Hurricane Katrina. so the structure is no longer safe. The HDLC does not object to demolition of the structure as there is no architectural significance to the shed. So I move for approval of motion M25-340. Seconded by Councilmember President Morrell. Please, members, vote your machines. 5 yeas. Thank you for your support.
At the top of page 17, item 2, HDLC appeal of T. Sims Wimsley has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 3, legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of Benjamin Harwood, requesting to appeal the Historic District Land Acquisition Commission decision of denial for the retention of reframing and window replacement without a certificate of appropriateness for the property located at 1137 North Robinson Street.
Unfortunately, work was completed on the house without a certificate of appropriateness. The owner reframed and replaced windows without HDLC approval, which could have been obtained had there been a hearing. Guidelines do require the windows to sit back into the wall to be recessed to maintain historic significance. Most important is that the visual impact of the current installation is minimal. The property remains in line with the character of the neighborhood. However, I do support the affordable preservation of neighborhoods like Treme. And give me 1 second to defer because my legislative director is behind me. Is the owner here? Excuse me for 1 second. No, I'm supporting. Right. Right. We just want to be, I just had to get clarity on something. I'm supporting the HDLC and moving forward on motion M25-327. Any questions? Remember, there was hesitation. Any questions with regards to that? I'm supporting the HDLC's decision in this matter.
We have motion M25-328 is being withdrawn. We have motion
Order.
M25-327 by Councilmember Green, denying the application's request for the property located at 1137 North Robinson Street.
Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, please vote your machines. 5 yeas. Thank you for your support on this matter.
At the top of page 18, item 4, legislative grouping, IZD of Caitlin Quinn, Zonex 215 LLC, requesting to appeal the denial of a commercial short-term rental permit for property located at 900 Bartholomew Street, Unit 215.
Bernie's got stuff.
We have motion we gotta come back to that one, sorry.
Where he is.
At the top of page 19, we have legislative grouping, extension request of Timothy Boulder, requesting an extension for a planned development adopted by ordinance calendar number 33,214, MCS number 28616, zoning docket number 7220 for property located at 1050 South Norman C. Francis Parkway, 4401 Callio Street, and 4440 through 4444 Euphrasia Street. We have motion M25-312 by Councilmember Harris, granting the applicant's request for an extension of time for property located at 1050 South Norman C. Francis Parkway, 4401 Callio Street, and 4440 through 4444 Euphrasia until May 22nd, 2027.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the extension request for the planned development at 1050 Norman C. Francis Parkway. This project has run into issues with permitting, financing, and remediating issues with LDEQ, but now it's ready to close. Is there any public comment? If not, I move. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. 6 yeas. Thank you.
Going back to page 18, item 4, legislative grouping, IZD of Caitlin Quinn, Zonex 215 LLC, requesting to appeal the denial of a commercial short-term rental property for property located at 900 Bartholomew Street, Unit 215. We have motion M25-325 by Councilmember King, approving the applicant's request for property located at 900 Bartholomew Street, Unit 215.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Make a motion to adopt. Any public comment? Any comments? None? Okay, thank you. Make a motion to adopt, second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you. 6 yeas, no nays.
We have item 5, legislative grouping, IZD of Robert Bob J. Ellis Jr., requesting an appeal of the commercial short-term rental interim zoning district to allow property 25% of its property or 58 units for the property located at 1201 Canal Street. We have motion M25-326 by Councilmember King, approving the applicant's request to allow the property 25% of its property or 58 units for the property located at 1201 Canal Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Burnside?
Mr. Burnside doesn't have the stamina he used to, but I did read some of this, and some of the language in the report, quite frankly, offended me. So the argument is somehow or another that this short-term rentals will not impact any long-term housing. So I went and looked at things. There's a 1201 Canal Street Apartments. There's a 1201 Canal Street Condominiums. There's a 1201 Canal Street Tenants Association. But what there's not is a 1201 hotel. So what's going to happen is that 58 apartments or 58 condominiums or 58 mixed apartments, condominiums are going to be turned into short-term rentals. So the report that I read is not true. You're taking long-term housing and you're turning it into short-term housing, and I don't like reading things that are not true. If you're going to do it honestly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any public comments? Make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Green. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 20, item 7, legislative grouping, zoning docket 2225, city council motion M25-135, requesting a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend Article 19 to establish a new interim zoning district to be named Customary Lodging Services Staffing Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to prohibit the acceptance of any applications for any license or permit for a hotel or motel which does not provide staffing at all hours as a part of customary lodging services. The proposed text amendment would affect regulations that apply to all zoning districts. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M25-317 by Councilmember Morrell, approving the application's request with modifications of zoning docket 2225 as follow, which is listed on the agenda.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may recall, a couple of weeks back, there was an issue at BZA where there was a question as to whether or not you could apply for a hotel license without actually having staff at the hotel. That BZA ruling kind of created a cascading series of errors and highlighted deficiency in our comprehensive zoning ordinance, which is that in order to operate a hotel or motel, staffing must be present. So this simply creates an IZD allowed that will clarify that staffing is required. That's what it does. I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
On page 21, we have item 8, legislative grouping, zoning docket 2325, city council motion M25-136, requesting an amendment to the text of Article 26, Section 26.6 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend the definition of customary lodging services to require a minimum personnel or staffing on site at all hours. This request affects zoning districts citywide. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We have motion M25-318 by Councilmember Morrell, approving the applicant's request with modifications of ZD 2325 as followed as amended, which is listed on the agenda.
Thank you. This is a companion to the previous ordinance. Basically what this does is it clarifies what on-site staffing is. Part of the issue that came up in that previous ruling was there was a debate as to what staffing was and whether having a kiosk where you could type in and a staff person being remotely available would be acceptable. This gives clarity as far as there has to physically be someone on site. Ms. Erin Holmes from VC4 would like to comment.
Good morning, council members. My name is Erin Holmes. I'm here representing the Vucre Property Owners, Residents, and Associates. I want to thank Councilmember Morrell for your swift action in applying the IZD and initiating this text amendment. The amendment specifically outlines an existing and logical interpretation that hotels and motels must have staff on site to provide the necessary services for their guests. Staff requirements they exist to ensure security for both the hotel guests and neighbors and serve as an emergency point of contact. Savvy land use consultants are kind of continuously undermining basic common sense requirements for transient lodging services to allow what are essentially commercial short-term rentals where they would not be otherwise allowed. Unsupervised businesses, in this case hotels, don't make sense for visitors and place an undue burden on their surrounding community. I am encouraged by the progress of the ongoing commercial short-term rental and lodging study to further identify ways to remedy these issues, and I want to say thank you again for your quick action.
Thank you, Erin. It is unfortunate sometimes that we have to legislate common sense. A common sense interpretation of a hotel or motel is that there are actual staff there who man the hotel motel, but in this case we're doing it anyway. So with that, I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember King. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. Thank you.
At the top of page 22, we have item 9, zoning docket 2425 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. At the bottom of the page, item 10, legislative group and zoning docket 2525, Giving Hope Inc., requesting a zoning change from an LI light industrial district to an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district on square 31, lot C2B1, Gentilly Industrial District in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Elva Street, Higgins Boulevard, Desire Street, and Chickasaw Street. Municipal address 3601 Desire Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We have motion M25-341 by Councilmember Green approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 2525.
This is kind of a subdued meeting, but I want you all to know that this is an exciting part of this meeting in that a new school is going to be built in the Desire community on Desire Street, the Good Shepherd School, which also operates the administration operates a very successful school already in District D. I'm proud, but it's on AP Truro at Broad Street. This school is going to be made possible because Gail Benson and the operations associated with Mrs. Benson are investing in this new school. It's in an area that's certainly in need of more investment, and we're seeing something happen little by little. This particular legislation is simple. It makes it possible for the school to be built at this site, but I just want everybody to know that the Desire community is seeing a lot of positive development. This is a positive development, and for those who are watching from the Benson family of businesses and from the Saints and the like, I just say thank you for your commitment to the Desire community by investing in something that's very, very important, and that is a school. So the Good Shepherd School will be starting at that location soon. This zoning change today provides for that opportunity. So I move for approval of motion M25-341. Members, please vote your machines. Thank you. 6 yeas. 6 yeas. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
At the top of page 23, number 11, legislative grouping, we have street name change 225 by Councilmember Harris. The proposal is to rename the park located at 1801 South Robinson Street after Barbara Lansing Keller in accordance with motion M25-115, municipal address 1801 South Robinson Street and 1814 Magnolia Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We have motion M25-311 by Councilmember Harris approving the applicant's request for street name change 225.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Approval of this motion allows for the renaming of a brand-new park that is under construction located at 1801 South Robertson Street to be named after the late, great Barbara Layson Keller. So it would be the Barbara Layson Keller Park. Several individuals at the CPC spoke to the accomplishments and contributions of Miss Barbara, including her family, members, and multiple CPC commissioners. Often referred to as the mayor of Central City, Ms. Keller dedicated her life to serving the Central City community and the city of New Orleans. She served as the Director of Constituent Service for City Council District B and worked in the Mayor's Office of Cultural Economy. She was also a founding member of the New Orleans Social Aid and Pleasure Club Task Force and a charter member of the Mystic Crew of Femme Fatale. This is one of my proudest accomplishments, and I'm so happy to see the family here. I'm so happy that we could celebrate her earlier, and I'm so glad we are celebrating her now. I can't wait for the ribbon cutting once the park is done. It's under construction. I can see it. We've all driven past it. It's going to be really beautiful. The family would like to comment. Kelly, do you want to come up on behalf of the family? Y'all want to come up?
Good morning. I'm Dawn. I'm Barbara's oldest daughter. My sister Kelly is here, my sister Katina is here, and my niece is here, who's my mama's other daughter. She raised her too. We just want to say that we're so happy, and my mom would be so proud. She dedicated her life to community service, and this would make her happy that people recognized her hard work. And so the closer we get to it, the more proud I feel. I can't wait. We can't wait. We can't thank you enough for remembering her. And it's right after she passed, or soon after, you came to us with this, and you just don't know what it's done for our family, because we don't want her to be forgotten. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, and I understand. With that, I'll move. Oh, wait, there are people who want to talk. Councilmember Green.
People want to talk. I just want to say to the... Well, yes, I do want to talk, but I could talk for a long time about Barbara. Well, look, I'm the former head of economic development for the city, the former head of small business development. So it was 30-plus years ago that I was working with Barbara, but the impact that she had back then is still being felt today. I'll tell you, the mayor of Central City is really respected and remembered. I remember so many developments that kind of took place, and Councilman Thomas is sitting right next to me. I remember one that she played such an important role in, and that was when the Venus Gardens building, for example, was in disrepair, and she said that maybe something else needed to be done with it, and she was working with the Central City Housing Development Corporation. I hope that's the correct name. You can just tell me if I'm wrong on the name. Okay. But the bottom line is that she was also a friend. I had an opportunity to run for office in the past, and a couple of times I was unsuccessful. But you know what I could count on? I could count on Barbara saying that God just didn't have it for you at that time. But that there was going to be a time for you when you would be rewarded by God for your perseverance. I remember her letting me put a sign up by her house on Michoud Boulevard. And it wasn't even in the district. But she said, put a sign out here because somebody's going to pass out here and see that sign. She was just that kind of friendly person. And this naming of a park is one thing that can be done. But the main thing is for everybody to remember that there may have been no more sincere person than Barbara Layson Keller when it came to doing those things that helped the community and helped the city of New Orleans. She really, really loved it. And I just remember all of the good memories that I had with her, and I'm just pleased to be able to talk on this day about my friendship with Barbara Layson Keller and to say to her family, thank you for sharing her with us and with the entire city of New Orleans.
Thank you.
Other people. Council Vice President Moreno.
Thank you. Good morning. It's so nice to see you all again. We loved your mother so much, and I'm so glad to see that this park will be named in her honor, and I'd like to be added as a co-author as well. And your mother was such an unforgettable presence, and we always called her, of course, the mayor of Central City, as y'all know. And, but I'll also say this. Your mother was such a strong supporter of women. And I'll never forget when, she said, You know, during Mardi Gras, it's like all about, you know, who's like the king of this and the king of that. And what about celebrating queens? And so she started that here in council chambers of recognizing all the queens of all the different crews. And I remember in my first term, when we first started doing this, and she was like, all right, Miss Helena, here's council member, here's who we have. And it was like a list this big, you know, like of all of the different proclamations that we had to prepare. And I was like, Miss Barbara, is my office supposed to prepare all these? She's like, yes. I was like, okay, got it. And so, but I really appreciated how she wanted to make sure to also recognize and really elevate women. Like I said, your mother is deeply and dearly missed, but I am so glad that we will always have this park to remember her and remember her name.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President Morrell.
Yeah, I can actually be brief because for one time Eugene was on point and really hit all the high points. So
For one time.
And considering she didn't go to St. Aug, I mean, we're going to speak that well of her.
Her grandson did.
Oh, Graham, thank you very much.
I knew there was going to be a
was a
tie in
political
there.
connection somewhere.
Good job. I knew Miss Barbara for a very long time. Anybody who has been in politics, involved in the city, and doing the work of the citizens, at some point worked with your mother.
Yes.
And I will tell you, when I first met Miss Barbara, the thing that took me aback was how such a tiny person could pack so much personality and character into that tiny body. I mean, she had a presence where she walked in a room and everyone just gravitated to her because they absolutely knew whatever we were talking about, she was the expert or she was going to give an expert opinion.
Yes.
And I cannot tell you how many times, as a legislator in Baton Rouge, our time is very valuable. And having someone who always went to the heart of the matter quickly and decisively, and who brought concerns to you about bills you had. I mean, there are bills that I might have filed that Barbara said, that's a terrible idea, and I didn't. And that's a value to people in any legislative body when someone who's speaking directly for the people can tell you that your good idea might not be a good idea for the people, and to really do the work, the advocacy to help you be a better person.
Right.
And I mean, I know we had a ceremony in here about your mom. We're naming a park after her. I think that you certainly have no fear that anyone will ever forget about Miss Barbara. I think she has impacted so many people and so many families. I mean, when you talk about that analogy of like throwing a rock in a lake and seeing the ripples that your mother has created across the city, they're still going.
Yeah.
You're going to have families telling their children and grandchildren about the impact your mother had on their lives.
Yes.
So even though we're probably going to name even more stuff after her, you don't have to worry about, people will never forget Miss Barbara. That's just a fact.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Congratulations on the park being renamed after your mom. Just briefly, when I first started here working in the council's office, she was one of the first people that kind of took me underneath her wing and made sure that I didn't step on any landmines, and she really looked after me, and I appreciated that. She didn't have to do that. And one thing that she confused me about, I said, Miss Barbara, you're mayor of Central City, so where do you live? She said, I live in the east. I said, well, Miss Barbara, how you? And I'm from Treme. I said, well, you seem like you're the mayor of the city because you're the mayor of Central City. You live in the east. You're from Treme, but she just was well respected everywhere she went, which you all know, and a large personality. And she really helped me out a lot when I first started, and I'll never forget that. And even during the campaign, she did what she could to help me out. So she won't be forgotten, and thank you all for carrying on her legacy. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
I think maybe I can kind of give some content to why she was called the mayor of Central City, even though she was everywhere. And I was thinking about, we think about her in terms of politics, but it wasn't really just politics. She was a bedrock in the cultural community. I remember the year that I was the king of the buck jumpers. She was the one who nominated me. She knew my family was involved in the culture, and she knew I liked the second line. So she made sure that they nominated me to be the king that year. But the other thing, Councilmember King, is the reason why they called the mayor of Central City, is when you look at the Lower Garden District Renaissance Plan that helped transform that community, she was intricately involved. Councilmember Green, Hanneman Building, Venus Bode's Garden, and what the folk didn't know, she had lobbied former Mayor Mark Morial for the $250,000 in infrastructure and landscaping improvement that happened at the corner of O.C. Haley and Martin Luther King, as well as working with Kathy Laborde and others to see what we see now is a bit of a renaissance and some investment in a community that had been neglected. But even more so than that, when we would walk with beef mediators and peacekeepers, some don't remember when Central City at one time, for 16 years, was the most violent place per capita in the country, especially with the wars with the Big Four, when the city would average 300 and 400 murders, and over a third and sometimes half what happened in that area. Barbara walked that area with us, and for 197 straight days, no one was killed in that area. So, and then the housing infill area, that many of folk who enjoyed living in housing and home ownership who had not had home ownership then. So, yeah, she didn't live in Central City. She was a product of Treme, but she had legislatively and professionally and through a spirit changed. And look at that community now. It's changed with all of its challenges. You have more investment now, and you can see what Barbara Layson, who was an iconic figure in New Orleans politics and New Orleans culture. So, and I never was involved in an election where her or y'all family didn't support me. And I know my mom and my family, who she loved, was always grateful for that, because Barbara was the first one there to make sure that that was not only okay politically, but okay in terms of the community. So God bless y'all. And I don't like to say about her memory, because I don't see her as gone. I don't operate as like she's not here, because she's a big part of my life. Thank you for your mother.
Thank you.
And we did live on the Parkway for a little stretch. So we were uptown for a little stretch. So like you said, we've been all over on the Parkway, yes. So thank you again, Council Lady.
Of course. And why don't we add all of our names to this so that we can all honor her together. I just want to thank you and your family for sticking with us as we do the ribbon cutting, as we plan ceremony around it. We'll stay in touch, and we'll invite everybody, and we will have a big celebration just as she would want it.
Yes.
And with that, I will move.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, there's one online comment. I don't know if you want me to go.
Go ahead and read it.
Yep, this is from Mary Nell Nolan Wheatley with the PRC. She says the Preservation Resource Center wholeheartedly supports Councilmember Leslie Harris's efforts to develop and name a park on South Robertson Street in memory of Barbara Layson Keller, admired civic leader, champion of New Orleans culture, and the mayor of Central City. Before her death in 2023, Ms. Barbara was a beloved member of PRC's board of directors, serving as the head of the Multicultural Heritage Committee. For many years, she was also active in the PRC's Ladies in Red Gala, which raised money for the recognition and preservation of significant jazz sites in the city and for youth education. At the core of all that she did, Ms. Barbara was passionate about serving her community. In her work with the PRC, she brought so much vision and experience to the role, but she always ensured that everyone's opinions were heard and respected. The PRC was fortunate to have learned so much from her. A vibrant new community green space named in her honor would be an excellent addition to the surrounding neighborhood and city. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita, and it unanimously passed. Thank you all.
At the top of page 24, we have item 12, legislative grouping, NSCR Special Exception 19323, Gloria Ward, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1601 Dumaine Street on Square 197. The CPC staff recommended approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll make a motion to approve. I'm going to withdraw the motion to deny. We received 5 emails in support of this and none in opposition.
We have motion M25-332 by Councilmember King granting the request of Gloria Ward for property located on Square 197, Barron Municipal Address 1601 Dumaine Street, withdrawing motion M25-331.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Voting machine has been seconded by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 25, item 13, legislative group in NSTR, special exception 19423, Care Ladrenou, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2518 Drive Street on Square 261. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion M25-310 by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of Claire Landreneau for the property located on Square 261, Barron Municipal Address 2518 Drive Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the NSTR request at 2518 Dryad Street. My office independently reviewed the report and felt as though the criteria 2 and 4 can be met despite the CPC analysis. All applicants were required to submit letters of neighborhood support to ensure nearby residents don't have quality of life concerns, and this applicant met that additional requirement. I will move. Seconded by Councilmember King. 5 yeas. Thank you.
At the top of page 26, item 14, legislative group in NSTR special exception 5424, the Ann J. Gazette, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 704 Mandeville Street on Square 162. The CPC staff recommended denial.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to, well, before I move, we do have comment cards. We have 2 comment cards. First to Mr. Ryan Williams and second by Ms. Gazette. Any online comments?
We just have one. Mr. Williams is the other who's here.
Mr. Williams.
Hi, I'm Ryan Williams. I live one house down from Dee, and I just wanted to say that she really pulls our entire street together. I think we have the best block in the neighborhood, and she's the reason that that's the case. But she lives in a great big house and only wants to have a short-term rental in her front room. That she's going to live there. She's going to be there every time there's any guests, and she's a real fixture. But this is going to have a negligible effect on the neighbors, and everyone I've spoken to is in support of this, and it will have a major effect on her. And so I think I'd like to ask for you to approve this.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Gazette. Ms. Gossett.
Thank you. My name's Deanna Gossett, and I bought in 2003, and I spent my whole working life planning to retire to New Orleans. My house is a large house.
Can you speak a bit more into the mic? Just pull it down some.
Okay, how's that? I live right next door to a great coffee shop, and in the middle of the block is the former fire station, which is now commercial. We have acting classes on Monday and Tuesday night, and then on the other corner is a business that does interior design. And I would love to have my front room as a place where people can enjoy a part of New Orleans that is not the downtown area, but the Marigny, which is a wonderful place to live. I'm within walking distance of Frenchman Street, lots of great restaurants, coffee shops, and I feel like having people stay in my front room, which would be a limit to 2 people, adults only. And the front room of my house was a barber shop in the 50s, 60s, and they ran a business in that room. So it's set up so it's very convenient to have it as a lockout, and they would have their own private entrance and wouldn't be a detriment to the community. They would supply some, I think they would support our businesses that are there, and I would appreciate you considering letting me have that front room for a short-term rental. Thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome. We have received no opposition, and there were 8 NPP cards in support. One online
Yeah,
comment.
there's one online comment. This is from Shell Williams. She says this comment is in full support of Ms. Gossett's request to legally rent a single room in her owner-occupied home. She's over 80 and retired. With property taxes rising at unsustainable rates, this additional rental income is critical for her to remain in her home and as a beloved neighborhood fixture. All of the immediate neighbors are in favor of this request and have expressed no concerns, including about parking, which will not be impacted. This specific STR does not harm the neighborhood. Allow Ms. Gossett a permit, keeping her in her home supports neighborhood stability and the nearby small businesses these guests will no doubt visit.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to withdraw the motion to deny, make a motion to adopt. Can I get a second?
Let me read it in real quick. We have
Yes.
motion M25-338 by Councilmember King, granting the request of the Anna Gazette for property located on Square 162, Barron Municipal Address 704 Mandeville Street, withdrawing motion M25-337.
Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
That's 6 yeas.
6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 27, item 15, we have legislative grouping NSDR special exception 5824, Daniel Warren McElmurray, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1309 St. Anthony Street on Square 498. The CPC staff recommended denial.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to withdraw the motion to deny, approve this request. We received no emails or any communication of opposition, and we received emails of support. Can I get a second?
We have motion M25-336 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Daniel Warren McElmurray for the property located on Square 498, Barron Municipal Address 1309 St. Anthony Street, withdrawing motion M25-335.
Need to get a second. Second by Councilmember Harris. One more vote. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 28, item 16, legislative grouping NSTR special exception 5924, Geraldine Fiddler, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1512 St. Anthony Street on Square 625. The CPC staff recommended approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Going to withdraw the motion to deny and approve the motion to.
We have motion M25-338 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Geraldine Fiddler for property located on Square 635, Barron Municipal Address 1512 St. Anthony Street, withdrawing motion M25-334.
Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor, vote your machines. Five yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 29, we have item 17, NSTR 6024 has been deferred to the meeting of 626. At the bottom of the page, item 18, NSTR 6124 has been deferred to the meeting of 626. At the top of page 30, we have item 19, ordinance calendar 34,385, along with motions lying over M23-426 and M23-427 has been deferred to the meeting of 626. At the top of page 31, legislative grouping item 20, ordinance calendar 35093 and motion line over M25-254 has been deferred to the meeting of 626. At the top of page 32, item 21, ordinance calendar 35103 has been deferred to the meeting of 626. Item 22, ordinance calendar 35,107 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and Algiers Development District for 3 years as more fully set forth in Exhibit 1 and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. ADD, Algiers Development District will pay a modest fee for preventative treatment and active infestations, making this agreement revenue generating for the city. This cooperative endeavor agreement is 3 years. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On page 35, we have item 33. Ordinance calendar 35,122 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-13 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit arbitrary and unreasonable discrimination against individuals with felony convictions and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the ban-the-box ordinance. And before we get into the particulars, we have two presenters here. Mr. Marshall, if you could introduce your guests. And this is a continuation of that effort, especially so that we can continue to include formally our FIPs, not only in terms of their citizenship, but in the economy with housing and employment and other issues. Mr. Marshall.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Marshall, Chief Policy Analyst at Voice of the Experience, and we are here, like Mr. Oliver Thomas said, to continue the work that we started with the ballot initiative to kind of like put some guardrails around what it means to be arbitrarily and unreasonable discrimination in the city of New Orleans. I have a PowerPoint here I'm going to present, but also I want to just give the committee members drafted something. You can read it now, you can read it later, just explain the details of what we're doing. If I could bring this up for a second.
Absolutely, yes, sir. I'll pass them out for you, Mr. Marshall.
And before I start, I'll let my colleague introduce herself.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Emily Posner. I'm General Counsel at Voice of the Experienced. I'm also Ronald Marshall's neighbor in the office. It's a pleasure to be here. And I will, when it's time for my part of the presentation, Mr. Marshall will present the mic over to me.
Yes. I just want to say I really appreciate being here. I appreciate this legislative body because talking to you all, I feel like we're being heard. I'm often in legislative bodies, and oftentimes we're not heard in those bodies. So this body is different. I really appreciate you all hearing us and considering our concerns. And I'm going to start because I know time is of the essence. So today we're just going to amend the ban-the-box initiative to add an enforcement mechanism. I'm going to go to this PowerPoint and explain why it's very much needed. The letter I just gave to you guys, it kind of like go into detail why this enforcement mechanism is needed. Ban-the-box is really not effective without an enforcement mechanism. Is there a, how do I change the slide? Okay, so ban-the-box was passed in 2018. It was designed to remove the criminal history questions from job applications, ensuring people are evaluated based on skills and not stigma. It was supposed to delay background checks until after interviews and ensure only relevant convictions were considered. But research shows that delaying questions alone isn't enough without enforcement. There's some research conducted found that no statistically significant improvement in employment outcomes for low uneducated blacks, Hispanics, or white men groups by ban-the-box was meant to help. In part, this is because employers still find ways to access criminal records early, especially through third-party data, undermine the policy intent. What that means is, like, say for instance someone has a record that's been expunged or it's been sealed, but this third-party data mining company already has this data in this database. And when you go before this interview, that record still comes up through a background check and is often used to discriminate against formerly incarcerated people. And what we hope to do with this amendment is ban discrimination altogether. And the reality is this, despite the good intentions of ban-the-box, applicants still face unfair barriers. Background check companies scrape public records before expungement. Sealed and expunged records remain visible. Disputes are often unresolved, with the burden falling entirely on the applicants. And this matches the national reality. The research shows that ban-the-box laws fail because they rely on employers and vendors to self-regulate. In practice, individuals are still judged by their records, even when laws say otherwise. So the promise of banning the box has been unfulfilled. The goals were noble: combat discrimination, improve public safety, and restore dignity, but these remain unfulfilled without enforcement. From 2004 to 2019, there was no meaningful increase in employment for people with ban the box was designed to help. The study conducted that ban the box laws are largely symbolic unless paired with meaningful enforcement and employer accountability. And I'll pass the mic to my colleague to explain why it fails.
So again, good morning, Emily Posner on behalf of Voice of the Experience, and I'll echo my colleague, Mr. Marshall. It's such a pleasure to be up here at this table. I've never been at this table before, so it's great to be able to talk to you all about this particular issue. So I think while the ordinance, the prior ban the box ordinance was well-intentioned, you know, when you pass a law to prevent discrimination, but you have no enforcement mechanism, that law really is meaningless in many ways. I mean, it's important, obviously, from a moral and an ethical standpoint to say, you know, we as a community believe that people with their conviction histories, people who have a conviction history should not be discriminated against when seeking employment. But if you can't go back into court to enforce that law, there's really not much to do if, in fact, you are discriminated against because of your conviction history. So what Mr. Marshall has been working on, you know, with this council is to create an enforcement mechanism to add on to amend the ban the box ordinance as it exists, so that if an individual, in fact, does experience discrimination that is outlined and defined within the ordinance, they then have an opportunity to go into court and seek a civil remedy in order to have recourse and to have a remedy for that discrimination that they experienced. This is an important piece of any anti-discrimination law. Before I came to vote, part of my private practice was doing civil rights litigation. If you don't have a litigation option, there's no reason for the individual who is violating someone's rights to stop that violation, except for the higher grounds. Like they feel morally obligated, but until someone's pocketbook becomes at risk, we may not actually see that discrimination ending. So the ordinance, as has been proposed to this body, is creating an important civil remedy for individuals who do end up facing discrimination when they are trying to re-enter into society. And until we have that enforcement mechanism for those individuals to go and say, hey, I've been discriminated against, we're going to see such a huge population in our community continue to be excluded from the economy. And that is, that cuts against what I believe this council's belief in rehabilitation, in second chances, and saying that everybody is a part of our economy. Everyone is a part of our community. And until we end that discrimination in the economic sphere, we're going to continue to have many problems that we face in our community. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you.
So how do we strengthen the ban the box? So in the amendments, there's a 5-step criteria. And this step is to guide the decision makers to determine whether or not the decision to deny employment was arbitrary and unreasonable. For example, the nature and gravity of the offense. Is the nature and gravity of the offense directly connected to the job responsibilities? Number 2, the time since the offense. Some crimes happened 30 years ago, and that crime is still being used to discriminate against someone who's seeking employment. Number 3, the relation to the job duties. Does the crime, for instance, a person who is seeking employment in waste management has a conviction for fraud? Is there a nexus between that conviction and the job responsibilities? Number 3, evidence of rehabilitation. Like for me, for instance, I've been home 4 years now. I got degrees now. I've been holding a job, haven't had any arrests. All this is examples of rehabilitation. They have some men who've been home 10 years who haven't had any negative contact with the criminal justice system in 10 years. They've been doing temporary jobs. They've been trying. All this is evidence of rehabilitation. And then a pattern of convictions. When was their last conviction? What were those convictions for? If I'm seeking employment at a bank and I got fraud, a pattern of conviction for fraud, then of course, under that lens there, of course, I should be discriminated against because My fraud convictions, I got 5 of them, and there's a history of them. It's directly related to my banking responsibility. So under that narrow lens, and that's a criteria that we must meet. So let's say, for instance, the nature and gravity of the offense, the time since the offense, the relationship and dues, I meet that 5 test criteria, and I'm still denied a job. That would be considered unreasonable and arbitrary under this amendment. And that's all we're trying to do, is put some guardrails on how employers discriminate or how they choose to deny, or the reason for the denial of employment. And why is this legal and social important? What it does, when you put this criteria in place, if without this criteria, decisions will remain arbitrary and unreasonable. People will oftentimes be denied employment for no reason or any reason at all. Employers will rely on overly broad reasons, and there is the legal challenges. So if you don't have an enforcement mechanism, employers can do what they want, and they're doing that under ban of bias. Right here in this city, and around across the country, employers oftentimes, they have no fear of being sued or being held accountable for the discrimination. So discrimination persists on and on and on. We're trying to just put a handle and put some guardrails to prohibit the arbitrary, unreasonable discrimination. And lastly, I'll let Ms. Emily Posen finish with her enforcement.
So again, I think we've already talked about a lot of this, but what the amendment as proposed to the council today, one, it creates a private right of action for an individual who believes that they've been discriminated against. It creates a specific avenue in civil district court, so there's a clear enforcement pathway for individuals to seek a legal remedy should they be discriminated against. And there are financial penalties which will deter future violations from the employment sector here. And so, again, this enforcement piece, I think, is critical in order to end the ramifications or the impacts of the criminal justice system as it has impacted so many, we're talking tens of thousands of people in our community who have been impacted by the criminal justice system and have the right to work. They should be able to work, but they're just facing so many barriers because they have to check this box, and individuals and employers have their own biases that they haven't yet addressed, and we're preventing tens of thousands of people from entering into the employment sector. We're losing a tax base. We're losing the opportunity to make sure that folks have the right to feed their families and feed themselves. And this discrimination, it has to stop, and New Orleans can be a leader in this way by creating this enforcement mechanism so that individuals who do face this discrimination have a way to address it.
And I know that this council understands the issue, and I'm not going to use any more of your time. So if you all have any questions, I'll be ready to answer those questions for you all.
Council members? Councilmember, I know you've been a leader, and especially at the state level, at non-unanimous. So
I was going to wait till after public comment.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
I'm supportive of those who want to participate in our system, as you know, having the opportunity to do so. But I do want to get clarity on one thing. What we're proposing in an ordinance affects the city as an employer, right? Or are we feeling that this is something that applies to every other?
No,
when we talk about tens of thousands of people, I don't want people to leave here feeling that the city council passed something that can be applied to private firms throughout the city.
So when Ban the Box was initially passed, it concerns only the city of New Orleans.
Right.
The hiring department in the city of New Orleans. Also, if I recall correctly, because I wasn't here when the first Ban the Box ordinance was passed, but I think it also concerns all those employees who contract with the city of New Orleans as well.
Correct.
So in that narrow lens, that's what this enforcement mechanism applies to.
And I only did that because I want the public to have that clarity.
Yes,
too, because
perfect.
I mean, we were talking about tens of thousands of people, and that's probably the case out there, but we're talking about the city and those who do business with the
Exactly.
city.
That's the limitations right there,
Right.
Councilman Eugene.
And I just wanted to clarify, but I
Yes.
do want to make it clear, and I mean, I'm being redundant, that I'm a strong supporter of those who wish to support into the workforce, having every opportunity to do so, and as a public entity, we have a very strong position that we can assert, and that's why I'm
Exactly.
glad to support what
Exactly.
you and others who have been wanting to have us support.
Exactly.
And if I may, while we understand that there is a limitation of who, as Mr. Marshall clarified, that this isn't an application to the entire private sector, but what you are doing as a council is that you are saying to tens of thousands of people, we want to employ you. Don't not try to get a job with a contractor or with the city because you have a conviction history. That we will not discriminate against you because of that. And so you're opening the pathway for employment for tens of thousands of people who, I have not gone through the experience of trying to get housing or trying to get a job, but I have now spoken with many, many men and women, and it becomes untenable, and it's a moral and emotional weight to continue to be denied. And so to have that opening, that door, that saying that we belong, I think is so important. And so I commend the city for taking this important step forward.
And just real quick, just a short conversation. Last night I received a call. So I get calls from DOC every day from friends because I am formerly incarcerated and I spent a quarter century of my life in Angola. So a lot of my friends are still incarcerated and many of them are from New Orleans. And some of them left the streets in the 90s. They were 16, 17 years old. And now we're talking 30 years later. And like last night, his name is Tory Brown. Tory said, man, he said, Slim, when I walk out here, bro, all I want to do is just give me a job and take care of my grandchildren. So he said that he must understand the struggle that he's going to be faced with upon his release, re-entering the workforce. He don't understand that struggle because he's been gone 30-something years, 31 years now. And I'm listening to him talk. I'm coming to this hearing this morning because that conversation was last night. And I'm saying to myself, man, but that conversation there, it resonates because that is the conversation of many of my friends from New Orleans who are still incarcerated, who are going to reenter our society, and the only conversation that we have, I just want to get a job and work. That's it. I just want to get a job and work.
I think, Mr. Marshall, God doesn't make any mistakes. And a lot of times the steps are already ordered. The role that government is played, when you talk about the Justice Department, when it's supposed to be your state attorney general, municipal government, municipal public policy, Councilmember Green has always led the way. Many people, if they were female or if they were ethnic, or especially if they were African American or from immigrant communities, couldn't get jobs in the private industry, but those government agencies led the way to fight against discrimination. So this is the perfect place. We may not be able to solve what happens in human resources or in employment or employee offices with private industries, but they can see that if we're continuing to lead the way like we have for the last 100 or so years, and especially to show that it works, then at some point, I think it's the perfect place and the perfect role for government to say, you know what, no type of discrimination will be tolerated. When a person pays their debt to society, they've paid that debt to all of society, and they should not be excluded from an opportunity. When as someone who knows, when you lose your citizenship, and when there's taxation without full participation, that's a whole nother level of frustration that happens to people who believe that they've done their time, and and especially if they've done their time, they should be included as a member and a full citizen in society. The speakers are Mr. Marshall. We're going to go through the cards before council members close. Mr. Alfred Marshall.
Good morning, Councilor.
Good morning.
My name is Alfred Marshall. I'm an organizer with the organization VOTE. I am a convicted felon as well. And I'm here to talk about Ban the Box. Right after Katrina, y'all came in and dismantled public housing. And we had trouble even in that time and era, using a criminal background check for people to rebuild the city. We were locked out of work because of criminal records, right? So I would say that, the council have a good opportunity here, to do something that's going to be positive for the city. And we talk about the private sector. There are jobs here available in the city. And as we say, if it have to do with any city entity, because you guys are subbing all the work out contract and all the work out to contractors, let's hold those contractors accountable to make sure that citizens from New Orleans get those jobs. And that's been a huge hiccup in this city for the last 20 years because the city is subbing contracts out to other contractors that are not hiring local people because of criminal records. So we have we have an opportunity here today and make sure that we have teeth on this thing that when we do look at it, because I had all kind of complaints against, discrimination, right? But I had to take my complaint to the EEOC, who didn't do anything about my complaints. So we have an opportunity here today to put something in place where people can go and put those things in place, and somebody that will listen and it don't fall on dead ear. So I just want to thank that I had this opportunity to speak, thank the council, and hopefully that we can get this passed.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Ms. Monique Blossom.
Good morning, Monique Blossom, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Poydras Street. LAFAC fully supports this Ban the Box ordinance, or the amendment to the ordinance for formerly incarcerated people and those with conviction histories. They're facing discrimination both in housing and employment, and those are the two very things that need to happen in order for someone to rejoin their communities. And so we fully support this ordinance. I'm really glad to see that it has teeth in it and an enforcement mechanism for those who face discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blossom. Reverend Gregory Manning.
Good morning, everybody. Reverend Gregory Manning, pastor of Broadmoor Community Church. I want to thank Vote and Councilmember Thomas for bringing this before the City Council on today. What we know is the city of New Orleans is losing people. Our population is in decline, and we've got men that just want to work and want to have jobs to support their families, to support their children. And what we also know is that we need black men to be mentors, to show our young people the way to establish themselves and to be good citizens. And these men and women that are formerly incarcerated just want to do that. What we know is that the Ban the Box was good, it was great, it worked wonderfully, but it just didn't have enough teeth. So we have this amazing opportunity right here, right now, to give it some teeth, to make sure that discrimination and bigotry and racism doesn't persist, and gives us an opportunity to make it easier for all those who are formerly incarcerated. And I believe that when we make it easier for our formerly incarcerated, we make it easier for the city of New Orleans to thrive, to be a city where people are forgiven, where people get second chances, and where we are known as a model of being able to lift up those that have been discriminated against so that they can rebuild and help us to continue to reimagine and build a better city going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Manning. Wayne Chester. Mr. Chester. Hey, Wayne.
Wayne Chester. As y'all heard Mr. Ronna say, you have some people who have been in society 10 years who have been trying to get their life back on track. I'm one of them. And there was a time I couldn't say that. Being in society day for day, I couldn't say that. But I can say my last 10 years, I've been trying to just be that productive citizen, give back, and it's been hard. You know, all the big names in your construction site in our city never gave me a try. I have a skull where World War II Museum, Hotel, if it wasn't for me that was able to get in that hole to stop the sabotaging of that job, they blocked up the whole block, city block, to complete their success to open up. Quarter House Hotel, when they burned down, it was I who helped them get back. You know, they all closed their door on me when they found out I was a convicted felon. I found out I no longer can go in the park because they want to get rid of the negative and the homeless people, which I was homeless at one time because I couldn't get a housing because of my conviction. You know, I took my love for dogs, you know, to help people hoping, you know, it'll get me a shot. I got this award 2023 in this city. No one knows. And I promise you, for the last 5 years, I have a free service hoping I get a shot. I don't have a job, and I just been rolling on blessings, ducking and dodging. And, you know, this day asked me, you know, it presented a moment for me to ask you, Mr. OT, man, how you duck? How you duck the Ban the Box? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chester. Ms. Cherie Thomas.
Cherie Thomas with Justice and Accountability Center of Louisiana. Our organization was there for Ban the Box. And so I wanted to come and speak on some things that not of what happened, of what we're still currently dealing with. So with Ban the Box and fair chance hiring is how we professionally call it politically. Fair chance hiring is definitely something our organization still works on. We work on that with directly healthcare individuals. We have individuals that contact us every other day. So each week we get about 4 to 5 calls regarding individuals that have been discriminated against because of their criminal record. Background check companies don't always update the data. So the data that Ronald is speaking of is data that background check companies do not always update. So background check companies are like cars. There's thousands and millions that are out there. Anyone can start a background check company and have that. So if they don't update the records after the expungements have been sealed, for those records being sealed, individual companies and businesses will pull individuals' background. And once they see that background, whether it's a conviction or even just an arrest only, we can't force them to unsee it. So it's almost like you see $1 million and you want to pick it up and grab it, but you can't because it's not yours. And so for those individuals, they cannot unsee those records, so we cannot force them. So what we get is individuals that call us that have been discriminated against. And then we have to then establish how or why they've been discriminated against. And there is no teeth right now for us. And the individual will have to openly come out and say, we discriminated against them for their criminal record. And so sometimes it's hard for our attorneys to prove that is why the individual have been discriminated against. So I want to make sure that we stand out in support because it is time for some teeth. We process about hundreds of expungements. We've done 150 this month already for expungements. And of those individuals, 70% of those individuals come for employment purposes only. And so
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Great job on the panel the other day, too. Next, Ms. Rhonda Oliver. Rhonda Oliver. Ms. Rhonda.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rhonda Oliver. I am too formerly incarcerated. I was fired from the Department of Finance last year for being formerly incarcerated after working there for 5 months. I was given a chance by Mayor Mitch Landrieu. I was all over the news giving this award with Mayor Cantrell for second chances, City of Yes. And I'm going to say that I really wasn't fired for being formerly incarcerated. I was fired for being the best person in the Department of Finance. And the girls who barely could work a computer went to the treasurer and said, hey, you know she's formerly incarcerated? And immediately I was fired while packing my bags, getting ready to get off for the day. Just yesterday, I went to an interview for our accountant position, because I'm now an accountant, at the Aviation Board, and the Ban the Box policy, it doesn't work because the lady, Miss Morella, she asked, why didn't you work since 2015? That's the loophole in the policy, and that's okay because me, myself, I'm not a big advocate of Ban the Box because I want to tell somebody my story. I think that employers have the right to know my story, and I want to be judged on my merits. Since I've been working with the city, I started off in 2015, and I climbed up from an office assistant, went back to school, went all over, and I cannot get a job, been pardoned by Governor Edwards. And I can't get a job. And we have youth right now. I once was one of those youth. And we're telling these youth, go back to school, change your life. Well, I'm an example. I have been pardoned. I've written books, How to Change Your Life, on Amazon, Barnes & Nobles. I cannot get a job, a good job, I would say. I can get a job, but I cannot land a job in the city of New Orleans.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Mr. Michael Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215, 2 minutes. So Wayne Chester is one of my neighbors, and I'm very glad to have him. I was a year with the Voice of the Experience, and I was very glad to have that experience. They were very generous to me. There are many problems here, and we only have a minute and 45 seconds, one of which is we think capitalism is going to be our salvation, which of course it's not. There's going to be fewer and fewer people hired, period, as automation increases and AI increases. The idea that your life and its existence is dependent on a job is something we're going to have to fight. Another problem, however, is the idea of hierarchy. We believe that our sins are less than that of our brothers, and we believe that a God will care that our sins are less than our brothers. And so we shit on our brother because he's below us. And in that we damage God. God exists, God loves all humans. Those of us who believe in Scripture know that sin's not hierarchized. Otherwise, there's really no need for a Savior. So when we hold ourselves up, when we hold our brothers down, we harm our brother, we can see, because we don't give him food, we don't give him housing, and we don't give him clothing. But we harm ourselves because we don't know how to love. And that's the problem, you see. We don't love our brother as we love ourselves. We're gluttons. We'll eat until we vomit, but we won't give the leftovers to the man standing on a corner. The problem isn't the law, and the problem isn't our God, the problem's ourselves. And until we can share, we're just completely fucked.
If you could refrain from profanity. Some of my kids are starting to watch these deliberations, and I know how to make a point and you be as upset as anybody without using profanity. And I just think that's the right thing to do. We got enough hate and anger going around to not only fill up this chamber, but let's be careful because we never know who's watching. And my mother always told me the one time I was foolish enough to cuss in front of her, my aunt and grandmother was around, and it wasn't a good ending. Mr. Chewy Clark.
As always, my name is Albert Chewy Clark. I'm always here to represent three groups. One of them is neighborhood unity. One of them is marriage mobilization, racism, and government. One of the other is the POCC Prison Council Committee. Again, you know, we spent 18 years behind the wall at Plantation, Angola. We don't call it a prison, it's a plantation, you know. Behind the wall, you know, we were forced to work, you know, 2 cents an hour. Forced, you know. Most of my time I was behind in the box. I didn't work, you know. I rebelled, you know. I educated myself. I taught myself how to read and write. But it's interesting, you know, a lot of you folks remember Harry Connick. We call him Dirty Harry. He created a law, habitual felony law, that imprisoned most of a lot of individuals here in Angola, in New Orleans, you know, to the point where, you know, New Orleans, you know, they had more individuals at New Orleans than any part of the state of Louisiana. You know, you remember George Buchanan? Anybody remember George Buchanan? He created a law. He created a law that targeted individuals that had permissible, you know, just, you know, permissible code crimes, you know, like theft. If you got 5 more of those crimes, they'll send you to Angola for life. He did that, you know. So we understand that the rich, the ruling class, they make the law and they break the law. You know, so you can ban the box. You know, y'all know how to do it, to get it right. I mean, just be honest, you know. Again, you know, we go there, you put us in jail, we serve our time, we come back, and you still treat us like criminals.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Councilmember Green, followed by Councilmember Moreno and Councilmember Morrell.
I commented earlier, and I just wanted to say to the private sector who's watching, because I want to make this clear, that a lot is changing in the workforce right now, but many people miss out on opportunities to put to work some very hardworking people. I've had a property management company for 37 years, and I can tell you that I'm pleased to have had an opportunity to engage persons who have been formerly incarcerated, including some who have gotten certain licenses and are doing so much in our community, employing others as they go. So I just want to make it clear to the private sector, though this particular legislation applies to the city and its contractors, to those who are watching from the private sector, don't pass up an opportunity to engage people who are really, really motivated. And there are a lot of people who are motivated in the communities that we're talking about today, those who are formerly incarcerated, who can do very, very positive things to make your business and even sometimes parts of your private life even better.
I have another card, excuse me. This is the last card, and I know we have an online comment, and then Councilmember Moreno and Morrell. Chloe Penman. Chloe?
Councilman.
Yeah, Mr. Marsh.
Real quick.
Absolutely.
Two friends are walking here because they didn't have money to catch a ride here, but they're walking. They text. That's why I'm texting with. They're coming to that door in a second.
Absolutely.
I want to tell this story, man.
No, they come through that door, we're going to allow them to tell the story. Ms. Penman. Denman or Penman?
Denman.
Ms. Denman.
With a D, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll make this short and sweet. I'm Chloe Denman. I'm here on behalf of the First 72. We're very familiar with y'all as council members and really appreciate all of the work you have done for us. I know that you support formerly incarcerated individuals. We see folks day in and day out who are barred constantly from jobs and from housing, which is part of why our housing program exists. And even during that time, in those 3 months when folks are staying at our house, people are applying to jobs consistently, day in and day out, in order to save up their money to one day be able to live by themselves. And we find constantly that so many of our clients, both our residents and non-residents, are actively applying to jobs, working with our case managers to apply to these jobs, and still being denied due to their conviction. And so we really appreciate Vote and Ronald on this amendment, and we support Ban the Box and would love for you guys to pass it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Denman. Online comment, and then Councilmember Moreno and Morrell.
This is from Colleen Kane Gielski. For over 16 years here in New Orleans, I've lost count of the number of stories I've heard from qualified people whose employment opportunities were sharply curtailed or even eliminated altogether because of a past felony conviction. This practice does not harm only the individual. Employment discrimination ripples outward to affect their families and children, and in turn their neighborhoods and communities in the entire city. New Orleans prides itself on its progressiveness, but can we truly say we are in an equitable city when there are still so many dead ends for people trying to improve their lives and the lives of their loved ones? I urge the council to vote yes to amend the existing Ban the Box ordinance and widen the doors for people who are only seeking to make an honest living.
I know we have two people we're waiting on, but Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Good to see you all. Obviously, I'm going to support this, and I'm excited to support this, but let me say this, though. I was looking at the engrossed version and then also what is already current law. And Emily, I think we're actually going to have an additional cleanup, and this is what I'm talking about. So in the original Ban the Box, which is already part of this particular ordinance, you refer to, or not you, but like the ordinance at the time refers to, you know, on page 3 of this ordinance, the relevant form and other processes shall be provided in CAO Policy and Memorandum 129. Okay, so here's the thing. So remember, CAO policies can go away like that. Anybody can just decide to rescind a CAO policy. So I think further cleanup down the road, we probably want to go ahead and just put into an ordinance what's in that CAO policy 129 so that it can't just be rescinded when somebody wants to take away a CAO policy. And then the other thing too, which once again, just clean up in the original Ban the Box that we may just want to come down at a later time and review and fix, is about the annual reports to the City Council's Governmental Affairs Committee. once again, another reminder that depending on who's council president, you can rearrange all of the different committees, you can take away, you can add, and so it probably would just be better to have it reported to the New Orleans City Council. So just a couple little things that I was looking at as I was reading this, and obviously not with the changes that you all are making, but just in the original Ban the Box, that just down the road we probably should look at just to tighten it up even more. But once again, thank y'all for your work.
Appreciate you.
Mr. Kendrick Lee Howard.
Good morning. How y'all doing? My name is Kendrick Lee Howard. 7 months ago, I recently got my conviction overturned and made it out here. Since then, I've been in multiple productive programs. I have a book right here with my certifications for lead, mold, asbestos, and a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm waiting on my TWIC card. They denied it because I'm a felon. You know, I was convicted of manslaughter, and it's hard. I was outside earlier, but I ain't had the money to put in the meter to park my car, my girl car, so I had to walk back. You know, so I'm looking for opportunity. I work. I want to work hard and be a productive citizen out here. I just need y'all to give us a chance.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Darrell Kendall is the last card. Kendall, Mr. Kendall.
Good morning. I feel because this young lady here, and I spoke with you, and I want to thank both of y'all for getting me off the street. And I'm here to turn that back. I don't want the house, because if I got to live with roaches and rats, I'd rather be on the street. But I have one more thing I want to say. Please take off. When you're dealing with the inmates that escaping from out of the parish jail, whatever you call it, it was wrong. But if you look at the foundation of this jail they got back there, they just stacked on top. No, that's going to bring frustration. That's why they have so much trouble. When you built the jail, you walked through it. Nobody took time to look at the floor and living through it. I'm 74 years old, and I've been running in and out. These last, 2 years? But day one. Years ago, I went there 20 years for a charge that I didn't do. But I was there. But I was in the front room. I have no knowledge of what's going on with that. But I'm being punished because of the charge they got on me. And I felt like, would Donald Trump get permission? Why you got to wait till some grown up to come to the house? These are my nieces, my nephews. And it hurts because I can't sit there and watch them while their mama go to work. But you can let killers, rob, whatever, on the society. But I'm getting treated like I'm dirt. And that's not fair. You dig? The only reason why I'm here this morning, a man told me yesterday, be here. But I was going to pay my rent, what I've been trying to do all this week since about 5th.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. God bless you. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Councilman Morrell.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone being here today. I think this is a real interesting culmination of a lot of the work Vote's been doing for years. Honestly, Mr. Marshall, I think this might predate you, but I remember sitting with Norris, with Pat Smith. I think we started in 2015. Right. 4 years fighting over and over and over again to give formerly incarcerated individuals who are back home the right to vote, which I think is always very interesting because Vote's name is Vote. And I remember the efforts we had there in the middle of the massive criminal justice reform that started under Jindal and went through John Bell. And what I want to remind people of is when criminal justice reform started at the state level, it was funded by businesses. And believe it or not, it was funded because they could not find employees. because we incarcerate so many people in the state of Louisiana per capita that the business community came together with the original criminal justice reform package, because they literally were trying to find a way to get more people out of jail into vocational schools to provide labor, because our labor market was depreciated. That's how far back this goes. When you look at what this city has done, and I want to speak directly to what Ms. Posner said, I think you were on point. The issue we have is city government always leads on progressive issues, nationally speaking. DBE programs did not start at the federal level. They started with cities saying, we need to find ways to make sure local people who are disadvantaged have opportunities. And the importance of this law legally, coupled with the charter amendment, is really much larger than I think people comprehend. On a real basic level, right now, most of the people in government, in city government, are in civil service. And right now, when you look at what your defenses are in termination in civil service, being formally incarcerated should be one of those defenses as far as that discrimination. And what you're doing with the charter is going to ensure, coupled with this, that if you are someone like Ms. Oliver is out there right now, where you're someone who is hired, or more importantly, who's promoted, this gives you the action to say, I know that I was discriminated against in that non-hiring or that failed promotion, because I have rights in the city of New Orleans to protect me from that discrimination. That is lacking. Under the old ban of the box, it's lacking. And the efforts that you guys are doing, that VOTE is doing, to change the charter and to also change the ordinance are far-reaching. Further, when you look at the amount of contracts the city of New Orleans lets, I want to remind people about living wage. Living wage was always much bigger than making sure people in the city, in government, got a living wage. It is a requirement for all of our contractors. So when you put something like this in ordinance, it allows us as a city, when we're evaluating contractors, those who have contracts or those who want contracts, their history of discrimination against the formerly incarcerated gives us the ability to say, we don't want to do work with you. We have the ability now with this ordinance to say, if we have gotten complaints from the formerly incarcerated, organizations representing them, reputable data that you discriminate against the formerly incarcerated, this ordinance now gives the background, the teeth for you to create the record to show they do it. And to say, maybe you, Mr. Custodial Company, Mr. Street Sweeper, whatever you are, if you're someone who targets and discriminates against the formerly incarcerated, go find work elsewhere. So the work you're doing is so tremendously important. I am so excited to work with y'all like I have for this point almost a decade, getting the work done, because it's laying this foundation to protect the rights of people who make up a significant portion of native New Orleanians that really will make this city a better place. So thank you, Councilman Thomas, for your efforts. Thank you, VOTE. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for being here. Ms. Posner, we appreciate you.
First of all, I want to thank the audience. I want to thank all of my colleagues. Democracy by subtraction doesn't work. And I think in many cases, Mr. Marshall, I'm really so proud of you, the work Ms. Posner, the other advocate groups do. Gene, I see you sitting back there, man, little brother. If America would look at history, every time you marginalize your citizens, you create a class of people who operate outside of democracy, outside of citizenship, outside of opportunity, whether it was 17th century France, or other nations or so-called civilizations we can point to. When you begin to amass the amount of people who all they want to do is exercise their right to citizenship, you create problems in the future that in many cases efforts like this are trying to save. We're trying to save this country from itself. But the beautiful thing, Ms. Posner and Mr. Marshall, and for the advocates here, the beautiful thing about what you guys did here, it has been from George Jackson in Black August to David Ruiz in the 1970s, Brother Muhammad in Lever of the Word. They looked at it as an emotional argument back then. When you talked about the rights of formerly incarcerated, the rights of ex-offenders, But the brilliance in what you guys did was, it's not just an emotional argument. $87 billion is lost from the nation's GDP, period. There's some studies that say $240 billion in just minor felonies are lost by putting hurdles in the way of people who've been justice engaged. And for me, it's really kind of personal. It ain't political. It's not about making points. It's what me and many of my family members have lived, and the 3 people I've hired who were formerly incarcerated. Not supporting efforts, but giving them jobs. Not affecting public policy, but saying, hey, if I'm for this, then why can't I find someone who's been through it to work with me and for me? And guess what? A few of those people own their own businesses now. They're in college now. They're successful now. So I know the model works when we give folk an opportunity. Big Think, one of the periodicals that deals with formerly incarcerated people, talks about we're in a period now where it's tough on crime. This Eliminate People movement may be starting again. Almost 500,000 people return home every day. What do they return to? What did the CNBC report in February 2024 say? It said black men and boys are missing from the nation's economy. Well, if they're missing from the nation's economy, where do they go? And we know in many penal systems, 90% of African American men, even though they're 6% of the population, and in some jurisdictions as much as 14 or 20% of the population, they dominate the criminal justice system. What would Danielle Metz and Sharita Tlaib tell you? Well, I remember when they would arrest him, and he would say she wasn't involved, and they would leave her. Now they go to get 2 for the price of 1. 1 in 7 women, African-American women, are justice engaged now. So even if he says she wasn't involved, the system for the last several decades is saying, no, you're coming, and you're coming too. So this effort isn't really just about changing political policy. It's about helping save America, period. Because we cannot survive if we continue to create a superclass that operates outside of its citizenship, that operates outside of paying its debt to society, especially when they want to help. So for me, it was easy for me. Because I can look in the audience and see people that care about me and that I worked with. And I can go back to a story, and this is important because Norris and I, years ago, when I came back home off vacation, remember Joe. Joe was from the Ivoryville Project. He filled out 24 applications. You might know him, Mr. Marsh, but I'm not going to say his last name here. Joe was out to Ivoryville. 24 applications. 90% of those applications were for dishwashing jobs. He had earned practically every certification he could earn in Angola. Super qualified. He had 5 children. And all he said was, OT, I just want a job. I just want my kids to see me go to work. He says, and I want to prove to society that the person they knew isn't the person I am. And I remember the incident, and I'm not going to say the name of the company here, where the owner of the company, prominent name in this city, had agreed to give him the job. It was a little lady in human resources. When she looked at his application and saw what his conviction was, she talked the owner out of hiring him. To one of the best people that I've ever known. So if nothing else, you guys are trying to help save us from ourselves. So I just wanted to close with those comments because this is more than just a political moment. This is about how America is going to survive, especially given the amount of people that have been pushed outside of their citizenship. Mr. Marshall, Ms. Poster, any comments before we call for vote?
Not at all. Thank you all for your comments, and we look forward to hopefully this ordinance passing.
I just want to say thanks to this entire council. I started drafting this band of box 2 years ago. And I remember going inside the city council's website, looking at each of y'all faces, I'm like, these are great people. They can do this. And I was right. 25 years I carried the litigation of Angola. I litigated cases for my brothers who could not litigate for themselves. I burned the midnight lamp, filing their cases, trying to help them while I was incarcerated, because we was a community. And now that I'm home, I'm still carrying their burden. Still, right now, carrying their burden for them, because I know they just want to work. I just want to thank you, Councilman Thomas, Ms. Dominique Jenkins, Jackson, back there in the back, I see you hiding. Councilman Eugene, I appreciate your comment to the public sector, the private sector. Right. We need them on board. Correct. We need them on board. We're doing a teach-in at Vote June 27. We're going to send each council member an invite. If you want, you can share that invite with every private employer in the city of New Orleans so they can come and learn what it means to be a protected class and what we're trying to do. Mr. Morrell, I appreciate you, man, the work that you've been doing. I really do. I really appreciate all your comments. I watch you all the time. Mr. Moran, I appreciate you. Mr. Freddie, thank you for the job fair. I made a lot of contacts over there. A lot of those people coming to our teaching June 27th. They want to be a part of this movement. I appreciate Harris. I appreciate you as well. Mr. Morrell, I think you sent our colleague an amendment this morning?
Yeah, I did. I talked to Bruce, and he said that it wasn't necessary. So it was basically an amendment that gave clarity about the civil service portion, but he thought that doing it in the comment period would establish that that was intended.
Okay, perfect.
So I ran it by Bruce, and Bruce said, I'd rather you just add it to the record so that when they're interpreting the ordinance in the future, that they'll know that this entails a civil service protection.
Perfect. And I just want to say thank you, and I thank everybody behind me, because I can't do this work without the people behind me. That's the base right there, and they motivate me to continue this work. So thank you all.
And let me say this. I always appreciate when we can make legislation better, because there were ordinances and policies that were written 100 years ago that give an opportunity in how society changes. You update them, you change it. There were some that were written 10 years ago that when you have an opportunity, as society changes, you can update them. But when you do it in the spirit of unity and working on the mission, then whatever we can do to make an ordinance, a public policy, or even a soul and heart better, then we welcome that opportunity. With that, I move adoption. Second by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor, vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays, and the measure passes. Thank you.
On page 32, item 23, we have ordinance calendar 35,110 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a lease agreement at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with General Aviation LLC, doing business as Atlantic Aviation MSY, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
All righty, these are pretty straightforward. Just members of the public, I'll ask you to understand that there are also people who are watching on television, on a computer, so just keep that in mind. But this is an ordinance, as it says, to approve and authorize the mayor to execute a contract. The lease supports continued use of the aviation facility, secures over $700,000 in annual revenues, and includes flexible termination and renewal options. Approval will ensure effective use of airport assets and support aviation operations at the airport. Of course, it's been voted on by the board of the aviation board. So members, I move for approval of 35-110. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. Okay, all right, always good to see you. Thanks for being here. Members, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, well, 4 so far, 5 yeas, Thank you. The measure is approved.
Did you just do number 23?
Yep. Before we do that, we have a comment card. Go ahead, Mr. Burnside. I just missed it.
I beat the drum really hard. You know what I'm going to say. I think we should sell the airport. What you don't know and what I just learned is apparently the airport can't handle 747 cargo planes because the runways are too short. So again, we come down to the idea that we don't really pay attention to the airport. It basically runs itself. We don't really benefit from having the airport because we don't get any actual money from it. And quite frankly, if we could trade it to the state in exchange for the port properties inside Orleans Parish, I think we'd be getting a good deal because obviously the port's headed down to Violet. So I don't think we should own an airport. If we have an airport, I think it should have runways sufficiently long enough to handle cargo airplanes. And yeah, thanks for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right, it's been voted on already. Next matter, I guess.
At the bottom of the page, item 24, ordinance calendar 35,111 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a lease agreement at the Louis Armstrong International Airport with General Aviation doing business as Atlantic Aviation, MSY, and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
This lease maintains aviation activity, supports aviation activity at the airport, generates a fair market rent, and includes favorable terms with great flexibilities. It is something that benefits both the airport and the operator, and again, it's standard procedure that the board approves it and the city council oversees it. So we've had a chance to analyze it, and that's why I move for approval of 35-111. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, and the measure passes. Thank you, members, for your support.
At the top of page 33, we have item 25, ordinance calendar 35-112 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 26, ordinance calendar 35,113 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 27, ordinance calendar 35,114 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. At the top of page 34, we have item 28, ordinance calendar 35,115 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. We have item 29, ordinance calendar 35,116 by Councilmember Green by request, an ordinance to approve and authorize the City of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into an amended lease agreement and lease and concessions agreement at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with Chase North LLC and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
This amendment ensures long-term viability of food and beverage concessions at the airport, reflects post-COVID market realities, and preserves airport revenue. It aligns with prior board actions, again, actions taken by the board are then supported by the council and supports enhanced passenger service. Members, I move for approval of 35-116. Five yeas. Thank you very much for your support.
At the bottom of the page, item 30, ordinance calendar 35,117 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. At the top of page 35, we have ordinance calendar, item 31, ordinance calendar 35,120 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and Actioners Clinic Foundation relative to implement and maintain the Family Connects newborn home visiting program to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 5 years as more fully set forth in amendment number 1 as Exhibit A and made a part hereof and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This supports the really important work of the Family Connects program that the city established. It's an ordinance to enter into a First Amendment to the CEA with Ochsner Clinic Foundation regarding the Family Connects newborn home visiting program. Since its founding, the program has served over 1,000 New Orleans families with postpartum nurse home visits, delivering critical support within the first 3 weeks of life, a nationally recognized approach proven to reduce infant mortality and improve maternal health outcomes. Family Connects meets families where they are by providing trusted in-home care that centers their lived experiences, reduces barriers, and connects them to local resources at a vulnerable time, things like housing, food, etc. This program prioritizes equity and trust, especially in communities that have been historically underserved. I will move. Councilmember King seconds. 5 yeas, thank you. 6 yeas, thank you.
We have item 32, ordinance calendar 35,121 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to rename a portion of General Maya Avenue between Selling Place and Bennett Street to Reverend Teaser Green Senior Avenue and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Street name change 125.
I thought we did that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 34, we have ordinance calendar 35,123 by Council Members Morel and Jeruso. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139, MCS as amended in title, an ordinance providing operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate funds from the general fund to the Public Educational and Government Access Support Fund and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
One moment. These are, give me 1 second, pass over temporarily, Madam Clerk.
We have item 36, ordinance calendar 35,125 by Council Members Thomas and Green. It's been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. We have item 38, ordinance calendar 35,127 by Council Members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, and King has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 39, motion line over M25-182 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 40, motion line over M25-183 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. At the top of page 38, item 41, motion line over M25-184 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 42, motion line over M25-185 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 43, motion line over M25-186 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 40, at the top of page 39, item 44, motion line over M25-187 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 45, motion line over M25-188 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 46, motion line over M25-189 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. At the top of page 40, item 47, motion line over M25-235 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 48, motion line over M25-236 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 49, motion line over M25-237 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. At the top of page 41, item 50, motion line over M25-238 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 51, motion line over M25-239 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 52, motion line over M25-286 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. At the top of page 42, item 53, motion line over M25-287 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. Item 54, motion line over M25-288 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26.
I could start if you want. We're going to defer this, defer 54 to the meeting of 6/26/25.
Item 55, motion M25-309 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. On page 43, we have item 58, motion M25-320 by Council Members Green and Harris, designating the intersection of Arrowhead Boulevard and South Roman Street as the Dr. Ellen Willard honorary intersection pursuant to section 146-762 of the Code of the City of New Orleans.
To supporters who are here today, supporters of the family and Booker T graduates, we're going a little bit out of order, but I see that we have a good number of our supporters here today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Mr. Julius Feltus to come forward, and I think Dr. Cynthia Willard-Lewis to come forward to the table. Other members who are in support, y'all do me a favor, bear with me, and I want you to stand up and come to the front 2 rows because you look so good. Let everybody from the public to see you. We have 15 minutes. We're going out of order because there's an executive session, and the executive session could take a while, but let's do this within 15 minutes. Yeah.
Come on, Julius.
Julius Feltus, come to this table, sir.
Get started.
All right. Oh, well, yeah, we don't need that.
Come on, you all. Enthusiastically.
While they're coming up, I want to say, first of all, good morning. I said I wouldn't be speaking today. It is an emotional time for me this morning because we are honoring someone who I dearly, dearly love because of the impact he had on my life. Growing up in public housing down the street from Booker, Washington, we didn't have many people encouraging us, but Dr. Willard did. They told us he was coming from St. Augustine Senior High School. And I said, what in the world is he coming here for? But he came with such a passion and such hope for us. He told us that we were first class and that we were second to none. And we truly believed it. I could see him on the stage of the auditorium talking to us and telling us that we were Washingtonians and be proud of who we were. I would not be involved in politics today if it was not for Dr. Elliott C. Willard. Dr. Willard, I think about him every week. Unbelievable. A man who came with a vision, a man who understood that he had a mission. This is not about politics today. This is about paying honor to someone who has made a great impact in the lives of so many students. And I thought I was special because he told me that I was first class. But I didn't realize he was actually touching other people like Dr. Byrd and so many other. Until this day, many of my classmates, when we meet, you know the first thing they say, first class, first class, first class. And so I want to cut there, but I want to sincerely thank the council for giving us this opportunity. I want to thank the council staff. Monique, you were wonderful. Councilmember Harris, Councilman Green, and the other members. This is a personal thing for me. It's not often that I ask, it's rare that I ask for anything for me, but this is my selfish moment. And I tell you what, we are going to build this alumni association. Wayne Clark is our president, and we're going to build it that it can be a force to be reckoned with around this city of New Orleans. We are looking to gather at least 1,201 more members. and that's 1201 South Roman Street, where our school is located. And so we are going to be doing some things. This is just the first phase of our membership. Our co-chair is not here, Duchess, chair of the membership, but I'm going to allow the other members to speak. Dr. Byrd.
Sure. Good
Thank
evening.
you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Stephen Byrd. I am a graduate of Booker T. Washington, class of 1981. Dr. Willard was a very inspiring man to me. He really gave us the vision to really inspire for greatness. I remember Dr. Willard giving me my first job out of college from LSU, as he worked for Harry Connick, then the DA of the city, and I was his intern at the school, at the office. Dr. Willard not just come with himself, he came with his family. His wife, Mary Jane, his daughters, all came to the school to be a service to the school. This is not about a man's degree, this is about a man's work and body of work to the community and his commitment to the families of that area. That this is a corner that has received a lot of negative feedback from people who hadn't walked the halls of Booker Washington, but those who are Lions, that are true Lions that walk that hall, know the spirit of the school, know what the school is capable of. We produce so many doctors, so many nurses, so many professionals that fill the city with shoe repair, printing, and the like. There are many, many, many stories to be told, and this is just one block, but there are 3 other blocks around that school that could be named behind some historical leaders that came through Booker Washington, like James Singleton, Dorothy May Taylor, Joe Bowie, Senator Joe Bowie, and the like. There are many, many names that came through that school, and I'm just one of them that carry that honor, and I carry it to my best. I bleed red and white. I've already bequested my funds and some other things to the school upon my death. So I know where my funeral is going to be at 1201 South Roman Street.
Thank you, Dr. Byrd. Dr. Willard.
Councilman, may
I threw you off. It's just Cynthia, but Dr. Cynthia Willard.
May I give concluding remarks?
Oh, sure,
because we
absolutely.
have many speakers, and I would just like to give a thank you to this wonderful council, rather than delay with having me do 2 speeches.
Julius, who would you like to introduce
Denise.
next?
Good evening. I'm so delighted to be here. I'm too am a graduate of Booker Teleferro, Washington, class of 1976. I'm the 2nd generation. I stand here with my family, the Willards, to just say I'm so proud of this day. I have today Councilwoman Harris and Councilwoman Helena. I have some beautiful corsages I would love for you to wear today, because I see the men are wearing the sparkling red ties. I'm so delighted to be able to stand before you or sit before you today to say thank you for this opportunity, for allowing our family to have a corner in this history today.
Councilman, aware of your very heavy schedule, we are going to ask all those present from the Booker T. Washington family, as well as supporters of the resolution as amended, to please stand and show their support for the lion roaring in the council chambers today. Many have expressed a desire to speak. However, again, cooperating with your schedule and understanding that you all may be here very late into the evening, we're just going to wrap up, and I'll give concluding remarks for everyone. Is that okay,
That's
team?
Good.
As Dr. Willard would want everything done cooperatively, in unison, and in peace. So, thank you so much. Today, our hearts are overflowing with gratitude and thanks to the distinguished and hardworking members of the New Orleans City Council, particularly the co-authors of the resolution that we are about to vote upon, you are about to vote upon, Councilmember Eugene Green and Councilmember Harris. To the resolute and determined and fierce warriors and lions of Booker T. Washington Senior High School, to the historic members of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference assembled, to the neighborhood advocates and community liaisons, friends and family members of Dr. Willard. Here before you, a representation of the tremendous love of this city for our dad. The 12 Willard children, the 37 grandchildren, which Dominic Jr. stands there representing the grands, and Jillian Willard, as well as the 29 great-grandchildren. And little bitty one over there, raise your hand, sweetie, is Nadia is our representation. Kelsey's here, my beautiful granddaughter's here too. Not biased, but anyway, so profoundly grateful for this public recognition and beautiful tribute to the spirit, the soul, the life, and the legacy of our beloved father, who was our dad, our mentor, our prayer warrior, and our champion. But by the great show in this body, we recognize that he was also a father, a mentor, a prayer warrior for, and an advocate and champion of thousands of other students and uplifting their parents as well. We are so grateful for this action because it testifies that people recognize Dr. Willard's life was promoted and compelled by love, love of especially those who were underserved and who were disadvantaged, and instilling in them the pride and the knowledge that with education and with faith, they could accomplish anything and they should have no limits. Therefore, go forth into the community with boldness of purpose, determination, and faith, and God will light your path. Thank you so much for lighting this path of recognition for our beloved hero today for so many, and we pray God's blessings upon you with your tremendous agenda of leading our city. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. While we have many cards and we'd like for them to go into the records as folks desiring to speak, I kind of encapsulated everyone's comments. We did receive an email from former Councilman Arnie Falco, Councilman at Large, and he asked me to read it into the record. May I, with your permission? Thank you. City Council members, thank you for honoring the legacy of a great New Orleanian, Elliot Doc Willard. Doc was a bigger-than-life leader in our community and contributed so much as an educator and coach. He also was a distinguished and hardworking elected official. He was kind and a compassionate person who helped thousands of New Orleans youth realize their dreams and potential. We all greatly miss this wonderful man. Thank you for this opportunity to share. And this is signed by Arnie D. Falco, former president of the New Orleans City Council. And let me finally add, while we have a representation of the family, I would like to acknowledge the absence of my brother, Judge Ben Willard, because Dad promoted public service, and you can serve as a volunteer, or you can serve with the highest recognition of your fellow citizens as an elected official. So he instilled in us the desire to make a difference. He served on the New Orleans City School Board as an elected official. Judge Ben is over at Criminal District Court trying to make a difference. Jillian's dad, former Judge Walter Willard at Civil District Court, is now in heaven. As you know, I tried to make an impact on the council, District E, State of Representatives, House of Representatives, and Senator. And of course, right now, as the legislature is battling, we have the Honorable Matthew Willard, one of the grandsons of Dr. Willard, trying to make a difference and bring home money for the council in their city as the council concludes. We also welcome, joining the team, retired Colonel Christopher Willard. And we thank you, Chris, for your legacy of service.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, he's one of the
Councilmember.
12. He's one of the 12. He looks young, but he's one of the 12.
Councilmember, if you don't mind, we'll get out of here.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure that I recognize one of my classmates from the class of 1978 from Booker Taliaferro, Washington Senior High School. And I had a proclamation from the mayor, but I'm going to put that aside to have Chief Warren to Raleigh to give a few words about our great principal, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you. To Councilmember Willard, thank you for the invite. Thanks for reaching out. I attended Booker T. Washington. I graduated in 1978. And just a few words about Dr. Willard. He made an incredible difference at Booker T. Washington when he arrived. So I wrote a few things. So good afternoon. It is my privilege and honor to be here today to honor the great Dr. Elliott Willard. Dr. Willard was an outstanding principal, an incredible person, and an exceptional leader, and a remarkable man. I remember when I met him for the first time. I believe I was in the 10th grade, attending Booker T. Washington High School. Dr. Willard stopped me in the hallway, introduced himself, and asked me my name. Dr. Willard had a booming voice, and it filled the air with positivity and confidence. Standing here or sitting here brings me back to countless memories of the positivity and the confidence he instilled in the students of Booker T. Washington. Understand, Booker T. Washington was a school that served a low-income community, the poor, and in some cases, the impoverished. Dr. Willard preached and instilled confidence in each student that he met. He always told us and instilled in us that we were somebody and that the sky was the limit. Before Dr. Willard arrived, we always referred to our school as Booker T. He stated and instilled in us that we were Washingtonians, that Washingtonians were as good as any student attending any school in any city, that we were somebody, that we could make a difference in the world. We just had to believe. I remember our football team. We were playing our first game, and we were playing against West Jefferson. West Jefferson High was ranked number 1 and number 2 in the state. We were not ranked at the time. West Jefferson was a powerhouse. They were ranked number 1. Dr. Willard came into the locker room minutes before the kickoff and gave a powerful speech, a pep talk that rivaled the great speeches of football legends such as Knute Rockne and Hank Stram. He again instilled in us that we were as good, if not better, than West Jeff, that no one could defeat us but ourselves. He preached that we had practiced, we had prepared, and now we had to believe and execute. That was the best game that we played. We did not win, but we did tie West Jeff. We tied one of the top teams in the state. That was huge. His speech inspired us to believe that we could accomplish anything. Our high school band had no band uniforms for the first 2 or 3 years when he arrived. Our band had not been able to march for Mardi Gras season. Our band played at halftime in black pants and red or white t-shirts. The very next football season, and for Mardi Gras, our 120-plus band had uniforms. They were used. Where he got them from, I don't know. But we now had band uniforms. And our band proudly marched and performed for Mardi Gras for the first time in years. Not only did they march, they were one of the best. Dr. Willard was a difference maker and a pride builder. Dr. Willard emphasized the importance of academics, family, friendship, and religion, highlighting their crucial roles and importance in our lives. He preached, taught, and instilled values at a level that some of us had not experienced in homes or in the public school system. He made each of us feel important. He changed lives, he changed mindsets, and he provided hope. He created a vision that contributed to many Washingtonians excelling, believing in themselves, and becoming highly productive and successful members of society. He taught us how to deal with and overcome adversity. He instilled in each of us that we were first class and second to none. To the Willard family, Dr. Willard is an icon and a true educator, but most importantly, he's a God-fearing man who truly cared about people. He shared his knowledge, wisdom, and kindness with each person he met. Today's ceremony to honor Dr. Willard with the naming of the intersection is a great honor and highly deserved. In tribute, and I'm just thinking out loud, maybe in the future, the City Council and the school system will consider naming one of our high schools after the great Dr. Willard. Thank you.
Thank you. We just want to recognize two other individuals right quickly.
Yes, council members, if you would be so kind and allow former council member, one of our desk mates, Oliver, Renee Gill-Pratt is here, and we give her a minute to say her remarks, as well as the Honorable Leila Eames from the Orleans Parish School Board, as this is a school that we will be impacting with another point of identification. We just allow them each to, they're saying they do not wish to speak. The student, Dr. Former Superintendent, has said it all, and we thank you. We thank all the elected officials for attending, and we thank you for your kind
Again, thank you very much. And to the alumni members who came out today, who took off from work, and there's some more who are coming because we had a change in the schedule. But thank you so very much. Stick with this Alumni Association. We are going to do great things in the city of New Orleans, and this is one project that we have successfully completed. Everybody say first class on 1, 2, 3.
First class.
1, 2, 3.
First class.
Thank you.
Second to none.
Members,
We are gonna take a photo, but I do want to have an opportunity for Councilmember Harris. Well, no, your comment? No comment? Okay.
Councilman Green moves, Councilman Harris seconds. We were so excited they almost forgot to vote on the intersection.
All right, well, no.
No, we weren't going to let you forget, Councilman.
Okay. Well, look, we called for the vote. I moved, and it was seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, please vote your machine. So to the public, with this vote, today designates the intersection. Today cements the designation of the intersection of Earhart Boulevard and South Roman Street as the Dr. Elliott Willard Honorary Intersection, right next to a great high school. So when you drive through that intersection, members of the public recognize that you're driving through an intersection that is named after an icon, after someone who represents the best of New Orleans, his family and also. So I really appreciate this opportunity to be here today on this historic occasion. It is great to see so many members of the family and so many members of the Booker T. Washington family. This is a very, very special day, and thank you to all and congratulations. We are going to take a photo. What we're going to do is we'll take the photo in the courtyard so that everybody can be in that photo. I'll be in there.
Councilman, I can't go
ahead.
home unless I recognize my handsome son, Rudolph.
Look at Rudolph. See, you did it now.
My beautiful daughter-in-law, who is an esteemed teacher in the school system, as well as my beautiful first grandchild of 3 beautiful girls, Kelsey, who is an architectural student at Howard University. So, thank you all.
Everybody, out this door and then to the left out the door. We're going to do it in the courtyard where we have enough room.
And we have Judge Ben Willard with us, everyone.
Thank you, Judge Will. Before Mr. Green leaves, I will move that we go into executive session. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. We are in executive session.
Thank you.
Well, let's move quickly outside.
Roll call. Council President Morrell.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno.
She's in the audience.
Here. Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Here.
Councilmember Green.
Right there.
Councilmember Thomas. We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're about to get started. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. We are back.
On page 44, item 61, motion M25-330 by council members Moreno, Morrell, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. A motion recognizing the solemn 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, one of the worst man-made disasters in the nation's history that caused inconceivable devastation and immense hardship and heartbreak here in New Orleans and throughout the Gulf Coast region. 20 years later, we continue to honor the memory of those who lost their lives, provide comfort and strength to the families of the victims, and ensure we never forget the impacts and legacy of this tragedy. The council hereby declares a day of remembrance to be observed on August 29, 2025, to be added to the city government holiday schedule.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I want to thank also my staff for writing a lot of the whereas clauses to this motion that will, of course, be in the legislative record. We are approaching the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, and obviously this is a big anniversary. Katrina changed our city forever. Katrina changed many lives, and we certainly understand that 20 years thinking back, it is still very triggering. And, you know, there are a lot of different events that will be happening leading up to this anniversary and, of course, happening during that day as well. And there are city events that are being planned, but there are also some really amazing community events being planned. And I want to recognize, of course, the Katrina 20 group who is here with us today. Thank you all so much for being here, because this what you're seeing today, this motion to have this day of remembrance and to have it as a city holiday coming up on August 29th of 2025 is because of you all. You brought this to us. You brought this to us because of how important it is that the people of the city have August 29th to be able to do what they need to do to take care of themselves as we go back and really think about what happened 20 years ago. And so I want to thank you all. Seth, thank you for coming to me and bringing this idea, and we had some discussions around it, and I talked about it with obviously some other members of the council, and they said, we'd like to co-author. We'd like to co-author. So this is an ordinance that has all of us as authors, but it really should have by request next to it, because this is at the request of the community. So thank you all so much for your work here. I'm happy to turn it over to other council members to speak, and then I will have public comment. Any other council members want to speak at this time? Councilmember Green.
I certainly want to recognize the members of the community who brought this matter for consideration by the council, and you see that the council is acting on it. It's important to recognize what we all know, the tragedy of that day, but also it reflects on us as a community that we were able to rebuild. A lot of communities would not have chosen to come back in the midst of 8 and 9 feet of water and in the midst of having lost loved ones. Katrina, this memorial, and Katrina's memories in general are an example of why our city is a special city. Our residents are a special set of residents, how we helped each other, how we provided assistance, and how so many of us came back. When there were temptations many times to stay in other cities, but we came back because we enjoyed this city, we loved this city, and we wanted to do what we could to rebuild it. So on that day, I'll always be thinking about how 20 years ago, my house was under 7 feet of water, but in the midst of that, my children couldn't wait to get back to the city of New Orleans, that they loved my family members, and we rebuilt. And one of my sources of pride in living in New Orleans is the having rebuilt after Hurricane Katrina, because the whole community was involved with that. So I appreciate this opportunity on this day to commemorate it in a very special way.
Council President Morrell.
Thank you. Once again, I want to thank the community for being here. I want to thank Council Vice President Moreno for taking up this issue. I think it's very important. When I look back 20 years ago to who we all were before Hurricane Katrina and who we are after Hurricane Katrina, it is a defining point in the history of the city of New Orleans. I mean, the last hurricane we had that had a similar impact, I say similar as in like infinitesimal, but similar, was Betsy. But when you would talk to our parents and grandparents who survived Betsy, there was no comparison. There was an organized effort by forces outside the city for New Orleans not to come back. I mean, I want to highlight Attorney Tracy Washington out there. She was one of the voices out there hollering as she saw those efforts unfold. I mean, the Kathleen Blanco Road Home program was a road not to bring people home. I mean, I remember I was a public defender when that happened, and I remember when I heard that they were fingerprinting and photographing people to give them a check to get back in their home. And you look at Mississippi and the surrounding states where no questions asked, get you back as soon as possible. It was very hard for anyone with a straight face to argue that we were not being targeted for some nefarious purpose. And what I want to highlight, comment on what what Councilmember Eugene Green just said, is that when people look back at the people we lost, that population that shrank from over 400,000 to less than 250, that in itself was a victory because people wanted less than that. I mean, the amount of people that fought tooth and nail to come back to this city, which is so special to us, despite the fact that all these efforts were made to not have us come back, that was a victory in itself. And the fact that we look at where we are today versus where we are then, and the fact that this community not only remembers, but demands everybody remember what occurred and what we faced and what we fought to get to this point, that's what New Orleans is about. We don't forget. It becomes part of the fabric of what defines us as a city. We are a city that no matter what tribulations are thrown at us, we come back. We don't forget, but we move past it and we make it part of who we are. So I especially appreciate that by doing this commemoration, we are giving everyone in the city the opportunity to have a mental health day to deal with the PTSD that is Hurricane Katrina. I mean, we have young people who are literally graduating high school who were born after Katrina. And it gives everybody the opportunity to educate a whole new generation on what happened and why it happened and why we have to be vigilant for it never to happen again. So thank you, Council Vice President.
And Councilmember Morrell, I want to tell you too that the Katrina Commemoration Group who's with us today is also, as we talked about some of the events coming up for the Katrina anniversary, talking about really having mental health types of sessions, mental health type of opportunities for individuals who may need additional assistance. So I thank you for bringing that really important piece up. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank the community. I want to thank the committee. Betsy was mentioned. I think people forget Camille and what it did. Hurricane Katrina was mentioned. You know, maybe I serve a purpose sometimes for no other reason than have life's experiences. So when you think about Hurricane Betsy, we were rescued off our roof in the Lower Ninth Ward. My family and I, we lived in the municipal auditorium. We moved in with my aunt who had 11 children. There were 18 of us in that home. There wasn't FEMA or the government. It was community that got together to help rebuild our homes. And we have places to stay. There wasn't any mental health or therapy around recovery. There were stories from my aunt, the late Leontine Luke, and others, and June Sanchez and George Arthur Warren, about how the levee was purposely blown up, similar to what they did in 1927. So when you talk about mental health, for some of us, mental health and dealing with it isn't a new trend. It's trending now. But what session with the committee, I think, allowed me to do this time, and especially being one of your speakers and talking about this event, was to understand the strength of New Orleanians and the fact that no matter what you do to us, we're still here. And I really didn't appreciate that because for me, I wanted to forget. I wanted to forget living in a shelter as a kid, or living in a home with 18 people, or not having someone to come help us build or rebuild our property when we barely had a little anyway. I wanted to forget launching from Willow and Napoleon every morning during Hurricane Katrina and doing search and rescue and getting Tony Ledet and Ernest Jones and the Johnsons. I didn't want to commemorate that until the committee and the community said we should celebrate our strength. I didn't care about winning the NFL or the NFL Mothers Award for Search and Rescue. I didn't care about that. I didn't care about being the Social Workers Male of the Year. I didn't really care about that. All I really cared about was the fact that we really weren't set up to help people recover, but we've never been set up to help people recover in certain communities. And so if nothing else, I want to thank the committee because a lot of the stories folk really don't know, especially for someone who was in it every day, in the water every day, had sores on his body for 2 months, didn't really have a place to stay. So I didn't want any commemoration. I just wanted to get rid of it mentally and spiritually and emotionally and wish that people had somebody that they could talk to. But if nothing else, Seth, and for the committee, you guys have given me and others a chance to say, hey man, you know, a lot of bad things happen, but the good thing is that we're still here. So from me to you and from our family members, many who are lost, thank you.
We have public comment, Mr. Chewy, followed by George Mahdi.
As always, my name is Albert Chewy Clark. Always here represent 3 groups. One of them is Neighborhood Union. One of them is MERGE, Mobilization, Racism, and Government Everywhere. Other one is the POCC, Prison Council Committee. Again, we don't call it Hurricane Katrina. We call it Hurricane America. Y'all been hearing us saying that forever. We don't think that Katrina devastated our community like America did, and you all. You know, we remember the fuss and fighting right here in the city council. Y'all remember assessing them. You remember how they fight, how they jail them, and others, you know, in reference to public housing. Again, a whole lot took place, and we need to keep it 100. Again, we remember, making us homeless, pushing us out the community, pushing us out and not letting us come out. They got, maybe 100 or 200,000 black men and black women that are still locked up, in Houston, all around the world. They ain't just stopped here in the United States, it's all over, Alaska and everything else. Again, we need to keep this thing 100. It devastated our community. Over 200,000 people, lost their lives. So, it was there. I ain't gonna talk about my property, I'm not just, trying to think about mine, about, representing the community. Again, we definitely like to talk about, the regentrifying of the city. Y'all remember those folks, that sit on throughout our community on the neutral ground selling their labor, huh? They got unions. They got unions. When we come in here and dress that, remember, y'all forgot about how we used to come in here, trying to address that issue, and y'all didn't need much help, no attention.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Mahdi?
George Mahdi, Neighborhood Unity and Merge. You know, we've all seen what happened after Hurricane Katrina and the damage that it did to the city. But we also have to realize the invisible damage is done by the white ruling class. It's done to the black community, deconstructed. And I say this in several ways that they've done this. First of all, through the master plan. The master plan was an effort to deconstruct the black community politically and economically. You know, they had that blueprint, the blueprint of lack of we see still the lack of affordable housing going on. We've seen the raising of the rents that puts people to the margins. These things are still happening to our people today. You know, we see also the charterization. We've seen the miseducation of our youth, the school-to-prison pipeline. We also see the lack of job training and development programs for the black men of grassroots community. These are things that haven't been addressed enough to change and put traction to the plight and situation that we're facing here. You know, it's a question of black leadership also. We have to have more black leadership in terms of supporting our people, because we have nobody to represent us but us.
Thank you, Mr. Mahdi. Jacqueline Kennedy? If you'd like to speak, Jacqueline Kennedy? Okay. Oh, there she is. Good evening.
I'm here today. I didn't know we were having it. I'm at the right speaker?
You're at the right.
Okay.
Just pull your mic down a little bit.
All right, because I talk loud anyway. Whenever there's an opportunity to speak about something that you're interested in, for me, I will do so. I was here earlier for Booker T. Washington for Dr. Willard. That's why you see with the red and white. But as I was leaving, I saw the young people coming in, and I asked what it was about. And they said it's about Hurricane Katrina. Well, I am a survivor of that situation. My son is here today. He's 21, and he was only a baby when it happened, 1 year old. So I was told that it's to make that day a grand day of celebration, and it should be a day of celebration. So I'm here in support of that. And just thank you all, and keep doing what you're doing, okay? And we all should be behind that, because we're all citizens in New Orleans. So I'm for that. Thank you all.
Thank you. Up next is Cess 45, who was really a lot behind creating this day of remembrance.
God is good. God is good. So first I want to thank all the men and women who've been supporting us, a part of this committee, and especially the beautiful women who are part of this committee and been down with us in this grassroots fight since day one. Mia X, Sonny Patterson, Dawn Richard, Liv Halfstad, Upenda Glover, Tracy Washington. And I just want to speak about this event, making August 29th a city holiday. Like, this has been something we've been planning for, for countless years, from the 6th anniversary to the 10th, the 12th, for a long time. But this is a victory for the citizens of New Orleans. I think this is a victory for our community, and I want to highlight the unsung heroes who saved a lot of folks' lives, the people that will never get their names mentioned or called, who just got on the front lines and just saved folks. Also, I want to thank Councilman Oliver Thomas, Councilman Eugene Green, who've been supporting this movement and help get press conferences and bring attention to it, as well as the other members of the council. Also, State Representative Alonzo Knox, who brought this to Baton Rouge and put it on a state level. Also, my brother Wild Wayne, who's been supporting from day one. Young Sino, Mike B. the Grinder, Six Wall Puck. And the thing about Betsy and Camille, as it relates to, those tragedies that have, affected this city, it wasn't, minor. But Katrina, it displaced a lot of citizens, but it affected over 1 million people. It changed the landscape of New Orleans. It made New Orleans NOLA. It made Atlanta, they have 504 days in Atlanta and Houston and Dallas, and, I just appreciate the council for making.
Thanks, Seth.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I have a point? I'd like to make one point.
Sure.
Mr. Sess. Sess 45, I just want to, on a public level, just thank you for your commitment to our community. But I do want to mention, I want to mention one thing that's very symbolic of his commitment to our community. Sess 45 was involved with an automobile accident not so long ago that resulted in a significant injury. But every month, he and Sisters on the Struggle put together a great activity called Youth Day NOLA. And 2 days after his accident, while injured, he still came out there to be with those young people and to support them. And I just want to let you know, Sess, that when you came to Hunter's Field on that day, and we knew that you had been involved with that accident, and you couldn't stay that long because you were still injured, there were a lot of people who saw you as someone whose commitment was beyond expectations. I appreciate what you do, and that day was an example to me of your commitment to our community, and thank you for all that you do.
Up next we got Auntie Faith. Ms. Warren, come on up. And followed by Dr. Tracy Washington.
Hello, everyone. I just came to say I'm so grateful for my nephews. It's not just Seth, but it's also Demetrius Warren. They've been here from day one. The days and the holidays and the years that nobody else celebrate, they celebrate. They celebrate the in-between the 20th or the 18 or the whatever. They've been here. And I'm so proud of them and the work that they do. But I thank the councilmen, each and every one of you all, for supporting them. They could not do the work that they're doing without you all. And you too, madam. I love you guys for loving on my people, and we do this because we care. And I remember Betsy in 69, 65, Camille in 69, and then Katrina. But the thing I want to say is I hope that we're looking to prevention measures, that this city and state now know that we need more prevention measures, because this should not be the reaction when something like this happens. When another storm comes, how are we going to react? Are we ready? Are we prepared to help before FEMA or anyone else needs to come in? Do we have our ducks in order? That's the thing. They have to keep breaking these levees for a reason, If they don't break these levees, then we don't have as much.
Thank you. Dr. Tracy Washington, followed by Dr. Cassandra Shepard.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so very much for allowing this day and ensuring that there is a commemoration for Katrina. I know I have limited time to speak, so I made just 4 notes, which for a trial attorney and PhD public policy person could easily take an hour. I'm kidding. Point 1 is done. I didn't want to remember 20. I didn't. 20 represented on that day and the day after a lot of pain. Oliver will know, and your mom would know, that I didn't leave. I didn't leave with my 12-year-old son. Instead, I was right across the street in the Hyatt Hotel, sleeping on those dirty floors with other people's dogs, and wondering, hey, when do we get out of here and we get to go home? And it was Cynthia Hedge Morrell, who was good friends with my dad, who went up to him and said, Doc, Tracy and Jacob got to go. They're not going to be able to go back home. And I'm reminded of that and so many other stories of people after Katrina looking out for each other. But that looking out for each other also is a source of pain. And so in this time, I want to thank those of you who are acknowledging that that emotion is going to come up in and around that time. We are a city, though, that knows how to hug and love on each other. We do. I was here in September of 2005, 8 seconds, trying to get a dirty shrimp-filled refrigerator out of my house. People helped me. We know how to do this.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Washington. Dr. Shepard, followed by Mr. Robinson.
All right, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I want to say thank you to the New Orleans Katrina Commemoration Foundation and to the Hip Hop Caucus for being able to get this measure passed, not just here, but also at the State House. I would also like to thank you all on City Council for giving us this ability to be able to talk about this very pressing issue. And what it is that I would like to say is that what the day should be is for us to be able to have the ability to collectively come together and reflect, and to see if the city looks like 20 years after Katrina should look. Does it have the types of progress that we want for it to have? When in 2005, they told us that we would be building a new New Orleans. And yet it feels as though sometimes there is a lapse of progress. And so what this day does is it allows for the community to come out and to engage in collective work. Something that people didn't say but is nonetheless true is that on this day, whenever we come together at the levee break, they present a list of demands. And it's usually about things that we want to see happen throughout the city and also the ways that we want to engage inside of the environment. They talk about the fact that we're in the petrochemical corridor in this space called Cancer Alley. This is the type of work that we want for the community to be able to come out and discuss and really gauge what 20 years after Katrina looks like. And so with that being said, I guess the next step after just having this resolution is the ability to have an actual holiday that would allow people to take off and be off and engage in communal collective work and not just have it as, you know, a day that is symbolic. And for the same purpose, we invite people to come out, register at katrina20.com to be able to come out on Katrina Day this year to celebrate with us. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Everest Robinson. Robinson? All right. Okay.
How y'all doing?
Good.
My name's Everest Robinson, a part of the Katrina 28th Commemoration Committee. In doing so, in some of the projects we're doing, working on a documentary. The documentary is titled K20. In doing some of this research with Dr. Shepard, the Hip Hop Caucus, and some of the beautiful people on this team, I've learned a lot about this city, and it's a city that we're all very proud of. As we look back on August 29th, as we speak from what we like to call boots on the ground, as they so to speak. From our side, looking up to you guys, we see you guys' faces in a lot of spaces, and we want to thank you guys for everything that you do in making this happen. As we move forward, I just ask that if we can be a city of forward-thinking individuals. A lot of what we do is reactionary. The Band-Aid culture has to stop at some point. When does the bleeding stop? From the level of the crime to the level of the community outreach, it needs to begin with education. If people are properly educated and there is a workforce and there's opportunities for those people, the crime rate naturally goes down. Y'all can have the other minute.
Okay, this next person, I can't read your first name, but it's whoever's on Mandeville Street. All right, come on up. I'm sorry, I couldn't read your first name. And then after that, it's Demetrius Warren.
How you doing?
Good.
My name is Eric Guichard. I'm here supporting Sesfo 5 and this Katrina Remembrance thing. And this is the first time I ever really seen somebody that I can relate to actually bring something in front of the city, and it actually happens. So this is way bigger than what it may seem. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad to be a part of this and support this. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Mr. Warren?
God is the greatest. How y'all feeling this day?
Good.
I just want to smile at my brother for a second and say we did it again. I would like to say thank y'all for giving us the recognition today, because this is what we really did it for. 20 years ago, me and this young man looked at each other and said, we got to do something. We didn't know what we was going to do, but we said we got to do something. We got to do something. New Orleans is a different place than any place in the world. Any place in the world. New Orleans has something specially built inside of each and every resident that lives here. We have a soul about us here in New Orleans. When you look at somebody, when you hug somebody, it's just a feel that you can't get nowhere else. So we fight for that, and we ask the city council, no matter what, do not lose the essence of what New Orleans is and what New Orleans culture is and what it means to the people. Because when you do that, you lose New Orleans. You lose New Orleans. We just had and I know my time going down, we just had Mardi Gras. And they're about to cancel it. Rain, sleet, or snow. We have never in neverdom have canceled the Mardi Gras. What are we doing?
Never do.
Thank you to my auntie, my beautiful auntie. Look what your sister made, baby. Look what your sister made, baby. Thank y'all. Blessings, blessings.
All right, thank you, Demetrius. Are there any comments online? All right, with that, I'll make a motion to adopt. It's been seconded by President Morrell. All in favor of this day of remembrance? 6 yeas, no nays, it's unanimous. Congratulations.
At the bottom of page 35, we have item 34, ordinance calendar 35,123 by council members Morrell and Jerusalem. An ordinance to amend ordinance 30,139 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate funds from the general fund to the public educational and government access support fund and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you. This is the annual appropriation we get in Cox River to support public access. I will move for adoption. Can I get a second? Second, Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 36, item 35, we have ordinance calendar 35,124 by Council Members Morel and Jeruso. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140, MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate funds from the general fund to the Public Education and Government Access Support Fund and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you. Okay. This is the companion ordinance that allows for the expenditure of said funds. Mr. Chewy, you speaking on this one? Chewy? There you go.
Again, my name is Albert Chewy Clark. As always, I'm representing three groups: Neighborhood Union, the MERS, and the POCC Prison of Conscience Committee. Trying to make sense of this particular issue in reference to set aside and resources for public education and government access support. We once, we did a show on public access. It's been over a year now. Public access had been suspended. We was told we was meeting with you all for a while, up until about maybe 8-9 months ago in reference to funding public access. We'd like to know exactly what's the problem. Is this related to something similar to that?
It is related to it. We can get Sam, who's our public information officer, to visit with you. We had an independent agency that was supposed to be renting a studio the previous way it was previously done. There was tremendous mismanagement with that. That's still being unwoven. We have transitioned to trying to support people who are doing public access, non-terminus at a studio, but if there's been people who have not met with you since then, we'll rectify that. But the goal is to try and empower creators with support and with resources to continue filming. We haven't located new studio space yet. We're still working on that. But I'm going to have Sam, our public information officer, come sit with you and tell us where things currently are at.
All right, let's do that, because we haven't met at least about 8-9 months, so we still interested in public.
We want you to keep putting up stuff.
Oh, yeah. We really, folks, we see folks every day in the streets, and they always tell us that they miss public access.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have Sam come out there and visit with you and get your information, and we'll get those meetings restarted. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Chewy. All right. I will move to adopt. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Green. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
At the bottom of the page, item 37, ordinance calendar 35,126 by Councilmember Morel. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 10-105, 10-122, 10-123, and 10-128 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the alcoholic beverage outlet manager, manager's permit, and due date for the permit fees and otherwise to provide respects thereto. And there's an amendment to this ordinance. An amendment to ordinance calendar 35,126 to remove any changes to section 10-105, 10-122, and 10-128, leaving those sections to read as currently ordained, and to amend the due date for permit fees in 10-123, to extend the expiration date of permits to 10-132, and to clarify the extension of the due date for permit fees end of the permit expiration date applies only to the calendar year, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Amendment on pages 1 through 5, delete lines 2 through 91 in entirety and insert in lieu thereof. Section 1, the Council of the City of New Orleans hereby ordains that section 10-123 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, Louisiana is amended for calendar year 2025 only as follows. 1, the deadline to remit permit fees listed in subsection A shall be August 1st, 2025. Failure to remit the permit fees in addition to penalties before October 30th, 2025 will require the applicant to submit a new application. 2, the deadline to remit permit fees listed in subsection B shall be August 1st, 2025. Failure to remit the permit fees in addition to penalties before October 30th, 2025 will require the applicant to submit a new application. 3, the deadline to remit permit fees listed in subsection C shall be August 1st, 2025. Failure to remit the permit fees in addition to penalties before October 30th, 2025 will require the applicant to submit a new application. 4, the deadline to remit permit fees listed in subsection D shall be August 1st, 2025. Failure to remit the permit fees in addition to penalties before October 30th, 2025 will require the applicant to submit a new application. Section 2, the Council of the City of New Orleans hereby ordains that Section 10-132 of the Code of the City of New Orleans is amended for calendar year 2025 only as follows. Alcoholic beverage permits expiring on May 31st, 2025 shall be extended through September 30th, 2025. Applications for renewal of these permits shall be submitted by August 1st, 2025. Section 3, the Council of the City of New Orleans hereby ordains that the deadline extensions ordained herein shall not be codified in sections 10-123 or 10-132. However, in the event of a conflict between this ordinance and section 10-123 or 10-132 with respect to an applicable deadline, the provisions of this ordinance shall control.
Thank you. I'll summarize as follows. There was some confusion, from our previous meeting regarding the requirement that manager permits be done before permits be renewed for alcohol beverage outlets. I appreciate Safety and Permits working with me, and basically all we're doing is extending the period in which those renewals can take place as Safety and Permits and affected restaurants and bars work through that requirement and those issues. So this simply extends the period to get renewals as we work through some of the confusion regarding the managerial permits. That's what it does. I will move on the amendment. Second by Councilmember Green. You want to speak? All right. Let's motion on the amendment first. So on the amendment, one more, 5 yeas, 6 yeas on the amendment on the ordinance as amended.
So again, I'd like to thank the council for an opportunity to come before you. My name is Dan McNamara. I'm the Chief Zoning Official for the City of New Orleans. And this ordinance directly impacts the Department of Safety and Permits and the ability for them to do their job. As you indicated, Councilmember Morell, I was asked to come to speak to the council on rather short notice regarding the resolution to ask the Department of Safety and Permits to suspend the requirements regarding managers' permits for the renewal of alcoholic beverage permits. And you also said that you would like us to have a meeting regarding that, and I certainly agreed to do that, and I'm always happy to have any meeting with you regarding how the operations of the Department of Safety and Permits works. And as you're well aware, we in fact did that, and we're not having that requirement. We gave a delayed opportunity for the manager's permits. I was a little surprised this morning to see this, which is now extending not the manager's permits, but rather the deadlines on alcoholic beverage permits in total. And Safety and Permits is often criticized for taking too long or delays regarding the processing of permits and licenses in the city. Now, I want the council to know fully that we are not an office of obstruction, and I actively meet with applicants to get them a path forward. Matter of fact, I was supposed to have meetings all this afternoon regarding that for particular applicants who had some difficulties with their the status of their permits. Again, this is what we do, and I'm meeting with people tomorrow, as a matter of fact, doing the same thing. And I would like the council to know that I don't believe that the data actually supports some of the complaints that the council receives. And as you know, in all the years that I've been working for the City of New Orleans, I see I'm running out of time here, that I've always addressed the council with the utmost candor, and I'm really at a loss.
I appreciate your position, Mr. McNamara. The challenge is that, and this is to be candid, the conversations that were had were that first off, the council filed a resolution and requested safety and permits to not make the managerial permit be part of the requirement for someone to get renewal of an ABO. We passed that resolution, and the day afterwards, safety and permits did the opposite. And it created tremendous confusion with people who were doing renewals. I know you look at me wide-eyed, but literally we passed the resolution saying, there's confusion, please don't do this. And I received all the emails with all safety and permits saying, this requirement is now being enforced, which created confusion. After that meeting, at my request, safety and permits, to their credit, sent out an email trying to clarify that that would not be conditional. The problem is that there was tremendous confusion because, as I understand it, that email went to those people who were at a particular piece of the process and not everyone. And so what I got was a jumble of confusion from a variety of different applicants as to what was required and what wasn't. There were people there telling me, well, now that as a managerial requirement, I'm trying to do one, and they're saying that since I don't have an active current ABO, it's not allowed. What we're trying to do, and what this ordinance is seeking to do, is to create more time so that individuals can work through these problems with you without running afoul of not getting their permit renewed. So honestly,
I would like an opportunity to respond to that, Council Member.
You know what? I'm going to go with no. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you, Mr. McNamara.
And I'm sorry that you don't want to meet with me to discuss these issues which have an impact on my department.
Have a nice day.
We could vote on it as amended.
I'll move. Six yeas, no nays.
On page 43, item 56, we have motion M25-316 by Councilmember Morrell, requesting and authorizing the President of Council to sign a cooperative endeavor agreement between the Orleans Parish Sheriff Office for the provision of security services for the council for the period of January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025, for a maximum compensation amount not to exceed $49,316.25 per month, or $591,795 for 12 months.
Thank you. Members, this is our annual CEA. It deals with our security services from the Sheriff's Office. I'll move. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
Item 57, we have motion M25-319 by Councilmember Harris by request, adding the President of Council as a signatory to the agreements between the Office of Housing Policy and Community Development and Iris Riverbend Homes, LLC, and authorizing the President of Council to sign the agreements between the Office of Housing Policy and Community Development and Iris Riverbend Homes, LLC. We need to suspend Rule 57.
All right, I'll move to suspend. Second by Council Vice President Moreno.
We need somebody else.
We need one more vote. Councilmember Thomas? Councilmember Thomas? Can you hit your machine? Thank you.
And we could vote on the motion.
All right, so council members, this motion would authorize the city through the Office of Community Development and Housing Policy to enter an agreement with Iris Riverbend LLC for an affordable housing development. The contract provides GO Bond 2 funds to support the construction of new affordable rental units across New Orleans. The city will contribute $7.19 million in bond funding towards the development. Iris Riverbend Homes will build and maintain 52 affordable housing units for low-income renters with affordability preserved for 40 years. Is there any comments or questions? Hearing none, I will move to adopt. Second by Council Vice President Moreno. 6 yeas. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 59, we have resolution R-25-324 by council members Moreno Morel, Jeruso Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Application deadline for Season New Orleans Casino Community Support Grant in the City Council Cox Communications Louisiana Community Grant is Friday, July 25th, 2025.
Thank you. I'll move for adoption. Seconded by President Morel. Six yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 44, item 60, resolution R-25-329 by council members Moreno Morel, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. A resolution in support of the New Orleans Job Corps Center in its mission to build a pathway to a better future of our city's youth and adults through education, training, and community. These efforts are currently threatened by the U.S. Department of Labor's decision to pause funding to the program, leading to closures of Job Corps sites here in Louisiana and throughout the entire United States.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think all of us as council members independently have expressed our frustration and really disbelief that Job Corps is being defunded, because Job Corps, not only has it helped so many young people and individuals here in our city to get employment and get additional educational opportunities, but has helped people really throughout our nation as well. So what this resolution does, this collectively shows that we together as a city council, as a legislative body for the city of New Orleans, is vehemently opposed to the defunding of Job Corps, and expresses our displeasure and also hopes that this funding can be reallocated, and it sends the resolution to members of Congress. Mr. Chewy, you have a public comment on Job Corps?
Again, as always, my name is Albert Chua Clark. I'm always represent three groups. One of them is David Jones, one of them is Murray, the other one is POCC President Council Committee. Again, you know, we spoke last time. Last time it was on the agenda in reference to the matter again, and we just thought it would be ideal to speak again in reference to it. You know, as we tried to say during the last time we spoke, that, you know, the enemies, our enemies, you know, they do good, they do great in keeping us together. I mean, keeping us divided, you know, I mean, keeping us fighting one at a time. You know, those individuals who represent the Job Corps, the establishment, you know, they seen what was happening in the public schools when they eliminate, you know, vocational training there. That was the occasion for them to hook up with those individuals and try to make sure, you know, that was what was being taken out of the public school system did wind up being, you know, defunded as it relates to Job Corps. Again, I spent, you know, 18 years at Angola. When I was in Angola, it was interesting, you know, that they had vocational training there. You know, how is it interesting that the funding that they took out of the public school system, they brought it to Angola. They brought it to Angola, you know? I mean, that's interesting that you're going to take funding, you know, from the public school system, but you're going to bring it to Angola, you know? I mean, that's interesting, you know? I mean, but none of y'all seem to think about, you know, how curious that is, you know? But that's...
All right, thank you, Mr. Chewy. I'll make a motion to adopt, seconded by President Morel. All in favor? I need one more. Six yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, item 62, we have motion M25 339. One second.
You can add me. I'll do it.
Motion 25-339 by Councilmember Jeruso by request adding Councilmember Morrell, waiving the provisions of the City Code Section 2.
Excuse me, I think Councilmember Thomas's name is on the agenda.
It's 62, item 62.
Is this 25-339?
Yeah,
Yeah.
with Councilmember Jeruso,
Yeah.
add Councilmember
Unless I'm
Thomas.
correct? Yes, it says Councilmember Jeruso and Councilmember Thomas.
It doesn't say it on
It
mine.
doesn't say it on y'all?
No, it doesn't say it on any of them. So if you want to
Okay.
handle it, you
Then
feel
yeah,
free.
no,
I just added myself
Let's-
because there's no name on it.
Let's rock and roll, man.
All right.
All right. Adding Councilmember Morrell, waiving the provisions of the City Code Section 2-905A, such the New Orleans Health Department shall be approved to purchase 2 hybrid Ford Escape vehicles through the usual EMD purchasing process.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is as stated. This simply allows the EMD to purchase 2 hybrid Ford Escape vehicles. I will move. Second by Councilmember Thomas. Vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. Adopted.
At the top of page 45, we have motion M25-342 by Councilmembers Morrell, Jeruso, Harris, King, and Green, authorizing the President of Council to execute an amendment to the agreement with Total Community Action to extend the term of the agreement through December 31st, 2025. We need to suspend Rule 57 on this matter.
And I'm offering recusal because I'm a board member of TCA.
I might do the same thing, Madam Clerk. Take mine.
Luke, Adam?
Recusals count for quorum purposes.
Okay,
So
just check it. All right, we're good.
402 works.
4 votes should be enough.
Yep. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this simply, well, first, let's move to suspend the
Yeah, we're
rules.
doing all the suspension.
First number 7, so.
I can vote.
You can vote on a rule suspension.
Yes.
You guys can all vote on a rule suspension. All right. 5 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended. Then move to add to the agenda, or is it already on the agenda?
It's already on the
Okay.
agenda, but who's the
So,
moving
ladies and gentlemen, this simply extends the existing agreement with Total Community Action. We had them working with us on some issues tied to the Council Utility Regulatory Office, and they have additional monies left to spend, and they need to extend their contract to spend it on behalf of the community. I will move adoption. Can I get a second? Second, Councilmember Harris, please vote your machines. 4 yeas, 2 recusals. It's passed. Thank you.
We have item 64, resolution 25-343 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/26. We have motion M25-344. We need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move to suspend the rules.
I'll second.
Seconded by President Morrell. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Hearing no opposition, the rules are suspended, Madam Clerk.
We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
I'll make a motion to suspend to add to the agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember King. All in favor? Aye. Aye. There's no opposition to it being added to the agenda.
We have motion M25-344 by Council Members Moreno and Morrell, directing the Bureau to issue and advertise a request for qualification proposals for a DER consultant in accordance with Council Rule 42.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As you all know, through the utilities and also the climate committees, we've been working on really what is a new venture, new proposals on what is essentially a virtual power plant for the city of New Orleans. This is really distributed energy resources. It's a new type of concept that other cities are trying. We've started to try it a little bit with some of our community lighthouses, but clearly we're going to need a consultant and an expert to help guide us as we develop some of these programs and allocate dollars on the utility side toward this virtual power plant. So with that, this just puts the RFP out to get the right consultant. I'll make a motion to adopt, seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no opposition, it is 5 yeas, no nays.
We have motion M25-345. We need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended, I will move that we add to the agenda. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. It's added to the agenda.
We have motion M25-345 by Council Members Jerusalem, Morel, Moreno, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, authorizing the President of Council to execute the settlement agreement by and between the City Council, the administrators of the Tulane Educational Fund, and Patrick Norton in his capacity as a member of the Wisner Trust Management Board and as a defendant in the lawsuit style counsel for the City of New Orleans versus Edward Wisner Donation Intel number 2022-675, 6765, Exhibit 8.
All right, basically, as gentlemen, this authorizes me as president of the council to sign the settlement agreements with Tulane regarding the Edward Wisner donation et al. That's what it does. The Tulane announced this settlement terms last week, and this simply authorizes me to sign the required paperwork. I think this is Mr. Burnside, though. It's not even like your whole first name. But, okay.
Statement's 100% accurate. It's not like my whole first name. On the other hand, I didn't have very much time to get it in. I did read the newspaper article. $20 million is about 3.2 million more than my math pencils out to. If Tulane has 12% of Wisner, and if Wisner's worth 140 million, then Tulane's worth about 16.2 million. It's not worth 20. So if you're going to do those kind of deals with every single other person involved in this lawsuit, the city's not going to have 38% of that Wisner fund when it's all said and done. So I don't know who's doing your math, but it doesn't match with mine.
I don't think your math is at all correct, because first off, you're talking about percentages of the underlying available monies of the trust, which is capitalized on an annual basis. So I don't understand how the settlement amount resorts to the corpus of the future payments of Wisner. So I mean, I get your math that the number for Tulane is very high, but the interest in the property is not capitalized, one, on the value of the land itself, which we actually have a separate RFP to see what that value is, but it's on two issues. One is, obviously, there is a legal advantage to having a settlement and to consolidating the ownership of the Wisner Trust with the city. That's point one. Point two, it generates money annually into perpetuity, so there is no finite amount of money that's generated from the trust if we continue to take the lease payments that are on it. So I get the number's large, but your math doesn't math.
Tulane gets between $600,000 and $800,000 a year.
Per year, correct.
Per year out of the Wisner Fund.
Mm-hmm.
If you take 12% of $9 million, which is what the newspaper tells us the Wisner Fund gives, then Tulane should be getting $1 million. Should not be getting $600,000 to $800,000. So first of all, that math does not add up.
The amount that's generated per year varies based upon the valuation of the property and lease payments. So the math in itself, and part of what the RFP we have dealing with is actually dealing with what the valuation is. I appreciate you don't like this, but not liking it doesn't make your math work.
Yes, indeed. Math has occasionally taught me things I don't like. So the newspaper gives us a range between $600,000 and $800,000, therefore allowing for changes in an annual basis. So we don't know whether we're getting 600 or we're getting 800, but we're getting inside of a range because the lease payments obviously come with ranges attached. If you take 12% of the $9 million, which was the previous year's total available money for all Wisner Fund recipients, 12% of $9 million is plus or minus $1 million. It's outside the range. Now, the settlement is to take Tulane out of Wisner ownership entirety. So we're giving Tulane $20 million for Tulane to no longer be an owner either of the annual lease payments to them or of the underlying capital value of the land and/or Port-au-Fourchaine. So, in a previous week, there was a different newspaper article that spoke to the valuation of the land and the port and how it was old, how the valuation is from 2013, and how we do all want a new current valuation of that property. However, it did give us the value of the land, which again is a range. Taking the top of that range, right, and doing the math, comes to $16.2 million. Now, if you want to give Tulane 3.8 in order to get them out of the lawsuit, that is a legal decision that you may choose to make because it's well within your power. It is, however, a bad precedent, because if you do this with all other claimants, you will end up with a significantly reduced portion of the value of that property.
Two things. One, the lease payments, as you stated, and I don't want to belabor this math for much longer, the amount, once Tulane is purchased out of the property, let's say their amount is $600,000 a year. That is a lease payment the city now gets to itself into perpetuity. So you're talking about a single payment for lease payments into perpetuity. Further, if you read their own announcement or the ordinance, we are not giving $20 million to Tulane. We are giving $20 million towards the redevelopment of Charity Hospital, which is an anchor tenant for the entire biomedical district. And it is in the city's interest for Charity Hospital to come back into commerce. Now, that is the provisions in Four Corners. I know you keep saying $20 million to Tulane. We're not giving $20 million cash to Tulane University. We're giving $20 million towards the redevelopment of Charity as an economic development project.
I understand your distinction that Tulane is a tenant, and I understand your distinction that we're giving $20 million for the development of Charity. I will point out that Charity Hospital is actually owned by the Louisiana State University and is therefore a state building and does not pay any property tax to the city, and further, that they could have sold it to the developer back in 2018 for $50 million and chose not to. So the state owns Charity Hospital building, so you are perhaps within bounds of rationality when one suggests that we're not giving $20 million to Tulane, although it is Tulane that's giving up their Wisner. But whether we're giving it to Tulane or we're giving it to the state, we're not actually benefiting from it as much as
I think we'll have to agree or disagree, and I think the redevelopment of Charity is a public benefit.
Fair.
I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines.
I was just trying to do the math on how long it would take me to get back from the restroom. I'm sorry.
Well, oh, there you go. 5 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
We have motion M25-346. We need to suspend the rules to receive.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules to receive. Seconded by President Morrell. All in favor? Aye. No objection. It's received.
We need to suspend the rules to add.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules to add.
Second.
Seconded by Council President Morrell. All in favor?
Aye.
No objection. It's added.
We have motion M25-346 by Council Members Moreno, Jeruso, Morrell, Harrison, Green, directing the CPC to conduct a public hearing to amend and reordain ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend Article 19 to establish a new interim zoning district to be named the Fairground Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to prohibit the issuance of any permits for uses on the site other than the use as a fairgrounds racetrack or an accessories use to the uses, which shall be conditional uses and which shall encompass the area upon which the fairgrounds race course and slots currently sits, generally bounded by Gentilly Boulevard, Belfort Street Avenue, Trafalgar Street, D. Sykes Boulevard, St. Louis Cemetery, number 3, St. Vincent Street, Verna Court, and 14th Street. Nothing contained in this motion shall prohibit the issuance of special events or other temporary permits on the site in accordance with law.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You actually explained that very well in the synopsis. So this motion does establish a new interim zoning district to be named the Fairgrounds Interim Zoning District. Now, the intent of this is to prohibit the issuance of any permits for uses on this property other than the use of it as a fairgrounds, a racetrack, or any accessory use to these particular uses. Now, I wanted to, of course, wait for Councilmember Giarrusso to be here for this, but in having discussions with him and seeing what's been happening in the legislature and correspondence by Churchill Downs, he and I decided that we needed to move forward with this particular IZD now. Obviously, those of you all who have been following this issue, there's been a lot of concern regarding how Churchill Downs is going to eventually react to the loss of revenues when it comes to the funding that they received in the past from historical horse racing machines. And so, just so that we ensure that moving forward, no matter what happens, that this site will always be a fairgrounds and a location used for horse racing continues, we are starting with this IZD, and then when Councilmember Giarrusso returns for our next meeting, we will move forward with additional, more permanent zoning measures as well. As you all probably saw in the state legislature, Senator Harris also moved forward with a piece of legislation designating the fairgrounds also as a state historical site. Once again, to ensure that moving forward, no matter who owns this particular property, this is a location for horse racing and also to be preserved as a fairgrounds, as it has been since its inception back many, decades ago, back to the 1830s, I believe. So that is what this particular IZD does. Once again, you will see that Councilmember Giarrusso's name is on this, and he wanted me to make sure to move forward with this on this particular meeting. I have no questions from the dais, so with that, I'll make a motion to adopt. It's been seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? 5 yeas, no nays.
On page 46, special orders of business. First order of business presentation, Roberta R. Dupacle, Director of Violence Prevention, Dr. Anna Lise DeWolf, Director of Hospital Violence Prevention, UMC, Ernest Johnson, Executive Director of Umbatu Village, Danny Allen, Program Director of Umbatu Village Peace Ambassadors, and Dr. Erica Rojo, Trauma Recovery Center. In recognition of June as Gun Violence Awareness Month, the Health Department's Office of Violence Prevention and Partners will share an update on the city's violence prevention strategies and outcomes, as well as threats to progress.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Everyone who is part of this presentation, please make your way forward. June is Gun Violence Awareness Month, and I really want to thank our health department, Dr. Avegno, and I see Dr. Avegno coming forward, for really working and focusing in on treating gun violence in our city as the public health emergency that it is, and getting all different types of stakeholders together so that we can work to prevent gun violence in the city of New Orleans. There are many different amazing nonprofits like the ones that you're seeing before us today who are doing tremendous work in this regard. And once again, as I mentioned before, I really want to commend our health department, because not only are they working with different stakeholders and nonprofits who are on the ground doing this work, but I can tell you, because I've been with her, is that Dr. Avegno herself has, been in Washington, D.C., having critical meetings with federal leaders on what can be done on the federal side, on the state side, and of course here on the local side to prevent gun violence. So with that, I will turn it over to you all, and you all can begin your presentation however way you'd like.
Thanks, Councilmember Moreno and all of the council for having us. I'm just here to click the slides because this amazing team really, as you'll see, has done some spectacular work. I do want to thank the council for, I think it was 2022, having a really pivotal meeting to discuss then the epidemic of gun violence. It had been discussed before, but out of that came the partnership that you're going to see. And again, this is not exclusive of all of our partners. There's a lot of folks that are making this happen, but we appreciate the spark. So again, just to highlight the progress, we all remember 2022, and we have had many, many, many years for generations of unacceptably high rates of violence, but 22 was an outlier. Since then, though, as you can see, there's been a marked decrease, and this is due to a lot of different factors. Certainly, our law enforcement is represented well here today. They deserve significant credit for their approach and really driving these rates down. But it's, as we all know, and as I think the chief would agree, we can't police our way out of this. We never could. And so it's a lot of work being done by a lot of others to support that and to get at it upstream, as we would say in public health, not to wait until the shootings happened, but to intervene and to prevent beforehand. And I think that is where you are really seeing the greatest gains. You're going to hear some stories about how that's happening.
Over the past year, we have worked to grow and strengthen our ecosystem violence prevention strategies. On the screen are critical important stakeholder relationships that supports this approach. A strong partnership is crucial because it represents interconnector of networks and organizations, programs, and policies that work together to reduce violence within our community. This ecosystem addresses violence in a comprehensive way, moving beyond individual actions to tackle systematic issues and create a safer environment for everyone. UMC, Seeds of NOLA, Manning Family Partnership with Safe Storage, and Ubuntu Peace Ambassadors are an important part of this system. Our partners are here today closely to coordinate efforts, but they are other stakeholders that are an extension of this ecosystem. And as you can see, this is our ecosystem that we're currently working under. We have our faith-based nonprofit, our Thrive Kids, MCIU, CRA. We have our No Dice. We have our economic stability programs, youth recreational and summer job program, and our research team, Tulane and Vera Institute. Our partners here today work closely to coordinate efforts. There are many other stakeholders that are an extension of this ecosystem, and they represent best practices and meaningful approach to build out our violence reduction system. Tulane VPI, plays a huge role in our evaluation of programs. We work closely in addressing mental health with Thrive Kids, CRA, and MCIU. Environmental modification with the DA's office and No Dice, our continued focus on economic stability, workforce, and OYF addressing summer jobs for our Office of Violence Prevention. At the Office of Violence Prevention, we have been able to expand our office by adding gun violence coordinator, who is instrumental in coordinating trainings for Stop the Bleed within our schools and safe storage for our firearms. Our data specialist is responsible for reporting data on where shootings occur to assist Ubuntu in which areas of our city needs more focus. And our case manager works in conjunction with Ubuntu and the hospital to address those who are at risk. We have maintained and expanded our DV and sexual assault program, and we have been busy, but our work is not done. However, due to federal threats, the time is now for continued city support for our ecosystem. Our programs have been spared. We would greatly appreciate the council's commitment to additional funds to ensure services are not cut. Providing clinical services to victims in the hospital and outpatient clinics makes up a part of our ecosystem. I will turn it over to Dr. Rajo to discuss updates with the TRC.
Thank you, and thank you, Council. So you've heard us talk about the Trauma Recovery Center many times now, and really the Trauma Recovery Center is intended to provide wraparound support for trauma survivors. So recognizing that it's not just that one incident, it's all of the secondary stressors that come out of it. So we're built to support survivors in that way. Early intervention is essential to help crime survivors and trauma survivors deal with the immediate consequences and also to prevent long-term disability. But there are a lot of reasons why survivors of trauma and violent crime avoid treatment, like stigma, embarrassment or shame, and mistrust of systems. So for this reason, assertive outreach is a big part of what we do at the Trauma Recovery Center, and that number at the top shows our assertive outreach efforts just in the year of 2024. So we were able to reach a lot of people. As you can see, this is before they get to the outpatient center. So all of that's happening either in the hospital or by phone calls, warm handoffs in the hospital. Again, to kind of reduce the barriers to getting into the care. And then you can also see the growth that we've experienced thanks to your support. So the numbers in 2023 are in that yellow color, and that's before we expanded. That was when we just had a small clinic. And then you see 2024 in green, and then what we have of 25 in that lighter teal color. But we've experienced 92.9% growth from 23 to 24, which is huge, and we only plan to keep growing. And this map shows where we're reaching people in Orleans, and you can see we're reaching people everywhere, which is amazing. And the more concentrated areas are those darker colors, with the purple being where we're seeing the most right now. And like I said, we just hope to continue to reach more people.
Hi, all. Annalise DeWolf, Director of Violence Intervention Services at UMC. Thanks for having us. I want to just kind of give you a highlight of what's been happening since April 2024 till April 2025. As a reminder, our program has kind of two arms. There's the one acute intervention, so if somebody gets shot, they go to the hospital. We are there, our team engages with the family immediately when they arrive, and the person who's been shot immediately after that resuscitation is over. The things that they really try to accomplish is to offer emotional support in this really intense moment, to listen for people talking about retaliation, and engage with them and try to stop that, and start talking about safety. So safety right now, are there going to be more shootings? Is anybody at risk? And then what happens after discharge? They, in this year, saw almost 450 people. They did almost 1,000 bedside visits in this year. So we're seeing a lot of people and working quite hard to maintain, to support and have good relationships with our survivors, and try to get them to that second part of the program, which is the long-term services that's housed in the Trauma Recovery Center, which is the outpatient clinic setting. There, our violence intervention specialists work with survivors of gunshot wounds and try to look at what are your strengths, what are your risk factors, how are the ways that we can support you to have a safer future. That has included, so we've had 171 people that our specialists have engaged over this past year, and they've done 286 different referrals and services. That includes referrals to the Trauma Recovery Center for that trauma mental health counseling, Ubuntu Village for help with mediations and community-based support for our survivors, as well as working to get people into safe stays, if they're not safe to go home, trying to get them help with food, support, transportation, some of the basic needs that people are seeing. When we count a de-escalation is when the team is hearing a person talk actively about retaliatory shooting, and when they talk them out of that. Over this last year, that has happened 14 times, which may feel a little bit puny, but when you think about the 14 families and the 14 lives who are impacted, and then that cycle of what happens after one shooting, that leads to more and more shootings. So we're actually pretty proud of that 14 number.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. My name is Ernest Johnson. I'm a director of Ubuntu Village, and I'll just go over the specific slide that talks about our community engagement, our efforts to de-escalate and mediate conflicts in the community, and understanding that what we don't have up there is that the everyday work when we're canvassing the neighborhoods and ensuring people and giving them educational material to ensure that violence doesn't occur in the first place. And also to mention like our healer blocks and the support that we give victims and families in the case of like when someone is a fatal shooting is happening, we go to those funerals or to those vigils to give the support to those particular families. And I'll turn it over to my colleague who works in the field to talk about the numbers that are on this chart.
Hi, everybody. My name is Danny Allen, Program Director for the NOLA Peace Ambassadors. And I just want to sincerely thank the council members today for giving us opportunity and a platform to do the work that we love to do. The NOLA Peace Ambassadors, our campaign is stopping shootings and killings, mediations, de-escalation, where we take a proactive approach and a reactive approach. The proactive approach is when we out engaging in these communities every day, right? Meeting people where they at, meeting them on the blocks and doing all those kind of different things. The numbers and stuff that's highlighted up there is, I'm gonna say punitive in the terms of like we have 21 conflict mediations. But through those 21 conflict mediations is a whole process of us getting those individuals to agree to come to the table to sit down and do a mediation and de-escalation and all those type of different things. The reactive side is when they're at the hospital, at the bedside, when I'm getting a call from UMC, which is our level 1 trauma center, where I'm able to go to the bedside of a high-risk individual, engage him, and talk them down about going on retaliation and things of that nature. I just want to highlight one of our participants that I went to the bedside for at UMC. A young man was shot in the New Orleans East area, and I met with some doctors and different things over there at the hospital, and they told him that he, you know, might not be able to walk again, and he was playing football for Aberson High School. Long and behold, you know what I'm saying, just from our engagement and us going to his house and helping him with therapy and all those kind of different things, he wound up receiving a scholarship just recently to go to Southern University. He got a scholarship for football, and also he just graduated from Aberson at Xavier not too long ago. You know what I'm saying? So like those kind of things right there that's not highlighted in the numbers, those interaction and those heartfelt moments that we're able to engage with some of those high-risk individuals in terms of helping them change their mindset.
And I would just add that lastly, I would like to say and thank you to the council and our entire ecosystem led by Dr. Avegno that we are able to attain funding with your support to extend to Algiers and to New Orleans East. So thank you again.
Thank you, and good afternoon to the council. I'm Kaylin Green, and I'm here on behalf of Manning Family Children's, and we're really excited to be able to update you all on where we are and where we plan to go with regard to our Safe Storage campaign. As many of you may know, guns are the leading cause of death for children and teens across the U.S., and that rings true here right at home in Louisiana. What that looks like for us at a children's hospital is that we see at least one gunshot wound in our hospital every single week. And it's a devastating reality, but it's that reality that sparked the conversation between our surgeon, Dr. Gray, and Dr. Avegno at the New Orleans Health Department to lay the foundation for the program that we have today. And it's that exact foundation that makes our program so unique. Our program is rooted in physician leadership, but it's also backed by public health strategy along with community expertise. And so together with our Office of Violence Prevention team, our NOLA Peace Ambassador team, and our Thrive Kids outreach team, we're able to go into the community as a collaborative and make an impact in a way that as a hospital, we would never be able to do alone. Since the implementation of our program, we've given out over 3,000 gun safety locking devices, and almost 1,400 of those have been in just the last 8 months since the implementation of our data-based outreach strategy. Our outreach strategy allows us to concentrate our efforts in areas of our city where there's high levels of gun violence, but also high population densities of children. Specifically, we're speaking of New Orleans East, the 9th Ward, the Tremay and 7th Ward areas, Holly Grove and Uptown areas, Algiers, and Central City. We're proud to say that after evaluating our outreach, 100% of our families have reported that they feel safer after encountering us, and 96% of those families are actively and consistently using their safes. But our outreach is about more than just numbers, and it's about more than just free giveaways. It's really about driving a culture change surrounding what we need to do to help keep our kids safe. Upon every outreach encounter, we provide our families with education and connect them to resources so that our outreach spans far beyond that initial one-time encounter. And we don't plan to slow down, although we are really proud of our progress. We've entered Gun Violence Awareness Month on a really strong note. We rolled out a Red Cap platform, which is a data-based platform that's going to allow us to be able to collect data in real time on the ground so that we can continue to maintain close follow-up with our families, but also be able to track our data and our impact in real time and adjust our approach as necessary and when it matters most. And so with that, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support and for all of everyone on this table and the ecosystem. We couldn't do this without you all, and we really want to continue to expand our work and keep moving forward because ultimately our kids' lives depend on it. Thank you.
So thank you, Council. As you can see, we have a calendar for the month of June. While Gun Violence Awareness is one day, we wanted to make sure that we highlight the entire month to make sure that we recognize gun violence. So as you can see, we have different things planned throughout the month. We got our kickoff started on June 3rd with our blood drive here at City Hall, where we received 74 units for the blood center, and we had strong support from our law enforcement partners in giving blood. So we would like to thank you, and please take part of these different activities that we have for this month.
Thank you all so much. And we're also going to, it's hard for me to read this, but if you can send to our office the individual events, we're happy to help promote these events so that we can get a good turnout for you all as well. Any comments? Councilmember Green?
Dr. Avegno, we can't talk. First off, thank you all for the work that you do. Obviously, we all want to be safer in our city, and it's a comprehensive effort that takes place involving many various organizations. There's one thing that I want to mention about gun violence prevention, and I just want you to talk on it, Dr. Avegno, for just a second. Still too many people losing guns by leaving them in irresponsible ways. And we just, I wasn't going to mention a name, but I am going to tell you that it needs to be talked about more. And that was an example. We take that for granted, but that's why these young guys are going around at night and being seen in videos trying to break into cars. That's what they're looking for. I'll say this, and you say it better, but I'll say this, and our members of the New Orleans Police Department have reminded me of this. Those guys aren't breaking into cars that are on used car lots or new car lots because there's nothing there. But I would imagine that the percentage of guns that are in the hands of especially some of these young criminals has to do with the availability because they aren't kept well. So you know what I'm trying to say. Just talk to the public and remind us how important it is to care properly for our guns.
Sure, and nationwide, you know, a significant number of guns that are used in crimes and or to hurt other people are indeed stolen out of cars. I do think, you know, we have to give props to NOPD who have really worked on that, and the number of car burglaries and thefts are significantly down. They mirrors the other trend. But that's part of the reason why the Safe Storage campaign was so important to us. You know, people will put their gun in a highly desirable storage device. There's a million cable locks out there. Nobody uses them because nobody wants to use them. And they certainly don't want to use them in their car. But the safes that we, and one of our team members, Jocelyn Pinkerton, went down a very deep rabbit hole on what is the most appealing kind of gun and the safest kind of gun, safe storage device. And part of that was, can it go in someone's car? Can it be secured to the car? Because we know that certainly folks keep a lot of guns in their house, but they keep it in their car. And so what we are giving is a high quality product that when you tell people, look, you can put this in your car, here's how you do that, you can put it in your house, they say, great. And as you heard, 96% of them are using it. So we're trying to encourage good behavior, not just by telling people what they should do, but also giving them meaningful tools to help them do it.
I appreciate you doing it. Certainly car burglaries are down significantly, as is much of our property crimes, but it's still perplexing that I see and hear about young people, just people getting guns out of cars still by breaking into them after 10 and 11 o'clock. So the more we talk about it, and that's why I asked it, the better, because one day maybe we'll get to the point where car burglaries are negligible because they won't find what they're looking for. They're not finding money, they're just finding guns. But that's all. It's just kind of a little bit of emphasis on what we already know, but we can't say it enough. Properly store guns, take them inside, don't leave them in vehicles.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. And Daniel Shanks from the DA's office wants to show his support for the gun violence prevention team as well.
Yes, my name is Daniel Shanks. I'm the Director of Strategic Initiatives at the DA's office. And I just wanted to give my heartfelt thanks to the members of the Health Department and the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. The Health Department is always coloring outside the lines. They're not just addressing and leading us through our public health emergencies, but they're dealing with noise complaints. They're dealing with quality of life sweeps, opioid task force, and domestic violence. And we are so lucky as a city to have them bringing their public health lens to the issue of gun violence. We work very hard in law enforcement, and there's only so far we can go. It's about changing hearts and minds. And to hear people like Mr. Ernest Johnson and Danny Allen, who are out on the streets helping diffuse situations, building trust in the community, to have the bedside interventionists stop the bleed not only physically but emotionally, and dampen that the potential for retaliation is something that we're very lucky to have in the city. Major Roberts and I were in Oakland not too long ago, and their Office of Gun Violence Prevention did not have that bedside intervention, and they said we are so lucky as a city to have that, because that is the point where you need to intervene. So I want to thank them for what they're doing and all the hard work they put in. It makes a huge difference, and our reductions in gun violence, they're a big player in that. So thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. All right, well, thank you all so much for being with us. Appreciate you. Thanks.
Second order of business, celebration of the 100th anniversary of the NOPD Mounted Unit. We have representatives of the NOPD Mounted Unit speaking this evening. The NOPD Mounted Unit celebrating its 100th anniversary is a long-standing tradition in New Orleans, focusing on crowd control during special events like Mardi Gras and other time-honored celebrations, as well as patrolling the French Quarter and participating in community engagements. The unit's officers and their hearses are a recognizable part of our city's landscape, and the council is delighted to recognize this milestone anniversary.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. If we can get the Mounted Division coming forward. Of course, Will, come on up. Will Cox, Officer Cox, and Sergeant Harris, come on up. So it's a big year for this unit. 100 years of NOPD having the Mounted Division. As we all know, we see this group constantly during special events, during Mardi Gras, and I believe they have roughly 25 horses that are part of this division as well. And I think Patch may be part of this division too, right? Patch is over there, exactly, for sure. And obviously, this division also has some great community events, including Horses, Hops, and Cops, which is a great event where they bring in the Budweiser Clydesdales over to City Park, and it's a wonderful event for the family. So really, we just wanted to bring all of you all together, and you, Chief, as well, to celebrate you all, to thank you and show our appreciation for the work that you all do and the care that you give to these amazing, amazing animals, and to all of us give a little bit of appreciation for the commitment and dedication that you have for the people of New Orleans. So with that, I will turn it over to you all. Whoever would like to speak for the group.
I think it will be Sergeant Harris will come forward. Come on over here, my friend, and speak on behalf. They are amazing. So quickly, and they are really amazing.
Yeah, they got to get back to Mounted.
Oh, did you say us or y'all?
No.
Y'all. No, you go ahead. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't. Y'all know I don't hear.
You're great. You're great.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, y'all know I don't hear. So, okay, go ahead, Sergeant Harris. I called you up anyway.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to thank the city council members for acknowledging us with this. It's been a pleasure for myself to serve the citizens of the New Orleans for 3 years as the Mounted Unit Commander. I'd also like to thank Chief Gantier, Captain Palumbo, and Lieutenant Ward, who are here also. And behind me are the officers right here that you see who make the mounted unit what it is. Without these officers, nothing we do would be possible.
Thank you all so much. Will, do you want to say anything? You're good? Okay,
Thank you very
sounds
much.
good. Any council members? Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I asked where are the horses because I only stayed till the end to see the horses. So where are they? Sergeant and Cousin Harris, where are the horses?
They're at the stables.
Oh, man. All right. Well, I'll have to come to the stables to see them. Thank you for everything that
They're
you
resting
do.
for the night shift. Yeah. Councilmember Morrell? You're good? Councilmember Green? Go ahead.
I can add something quick. How much crap do y'all shovel? I say that because many of you know my brothers, you know my mom has this love father with horses, and all I remember is shoveling mounds and mounds of little gifts that horse leave you. So,
Aren't you allergic to horses too?
no, not as much learned to the work that horses involve. So I appreciate all the work you do when we need the mounted unit, but I also appreciate all the work you're doing in between when you're on the street, because no one sees that. They see you with the horse and they want to pet the horse. They don't see you when you're in your undershirt shoveling the stuff out the stall. So I appreciate all the work you do, not just the work when you're on the route. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell. He keeps it real sometimes. But no, thank you all for the work that you do to uphold the traditions of the New Orleans Police Department. And yes, many times people don't know about your work because they don't see the horses, but there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and our police have had a chance to tour the facility and to be there for special activities. But just in general to you and the members of the police department, as we look at our public safety and the way people are feeling about our community, it's all of you all working together, making a tremendous difference in our city. I love the fact that I can go to meetings and talk to people, and it's not the first, crime is not the first item on their agenda. It's still there. But the bottom line is that they're feeling much better about the city. They're feeling great about the professionalism that you all show and your commitment to our city. So in behalf of myself and the people that I know, my family and friends and associates, I just say thank you to the mounted unit and thank you to all of the members of the New Orleans Police Department for what you do.
First of all, thank you guys for the service that you provide. I know I've done a lot of work with Officer Bennett, who would bring the canines into the schools with the kids. Y'all can't bring the horses into the schools, but with Sergeant Harris, what y'all do with the mounted unit as well as the canine division, I don't think folk understand that that animal is also a law enforcement officer, and they have to be trained as such. And for me, it's kind of present because watching what's happening around the country right now and how important the mounted division is, I think people are getting a bird's eye view of just the amount of dedication, the amount of training, and how important you guys are. Thank y'all, and God bless y'all for what y'all do.
All right, let me read the proclamation, and then we'll come down and take a photograph with you all. It says, be it proclaimed by the City of New Orleans that the Council celebrates the NOPD Mounted Unit on the occasion of its 100th anniversary. Thank you for all your unwavering commitment to serving and protecting the entire New Orleans community, signed by all 7 members of the New Orleans City Council. We appreciate you. Thank you. So if y'all stay right there, we're going to fill in around you. So just stay right where you're at.
Madam Clerk, can we get a first reads?
Yep.
Someone needs a second. Seconded. All in favor? Everyone's in favor.
Thank you.
Ordinances on first readings. Ordinance calendar number 35,128 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 3 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Healing Minds NOLA relative to the public purpose of supporting the New Orleans Assisted Outpatient Treatment, AOT, program's ability to coordinate physicians to conduct mental health evaluations for prospective AOT participants in compliance with the Louisiana Revised Statute 2866 et sec, and to compensate physicians for same by operating the AOT programs through the New Orleans Civil District Court and working to connect people in need of mental health treatments to appropriate resources through case management and court supervision, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for 1 additional year is more fully set forth in the amendment number 3 form attached hereto as Exhibit A and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,129 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 30,074 MCS recording short-term rental platforms to verify eligibility of its listings, to extend the effective date of such ordinance, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,130 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 146-569 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide for regulations relative to electric vehicle chargers, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,131 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Blue Crew relative to the valued public purpose of operating the New Orleans Bike Share Program, to provide an affordable and convenient transportation option, to extend the term thereof for an additional 40 months, as more fully detailed in Amendment Number 1 to the CEA attached hereto as Exhibit 1, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,132 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Blue Crew for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of expanding the bike share program in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,133 by Council members Moreno, Morrell, Harris, and King. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 147-7 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the establishment of a public-facing dashboard developed, monitored, and updated by the Police Department acting in conjunction with the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness Real-Time Crime Center, providing required metrics, data, and information concerning the use of surveillance technologies, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,134 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 66-402 and 66-403 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to increase the maximum booting fee and adjust the reduced fee for delayed boot release, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,135 by Council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morrell, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 30,141 MCS entitled An Ordinance Providing a Capital Budget for the Year 2025 to effect the following change to the 2025 capital budget: to appropriate unencumbered bond funds to Tulane University for charity hospital development efforts in addition to capital expenditures consistent with Tulane downtown plans, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,136 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 54-151D of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to graffiti to increase the maximum penalties for violations related to graffiti, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,137 by Council members Thomas and Green by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 147-1, 147-2, 147-3, and 147-4 of the Code of the City of New Orleans regarding the use of surveillance technologies and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,138 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into Amendment Number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and the New Orleans Community Support Foundation relative to the valued public purpose of administering the Youth Climate Action Fund to fund youth-led climate initiatives in support of the New Orleans Climate Action Plan, to extend the term thereof for an additional 16 months, increasing the funding $100,000 and modifying the obligations of the parties as more fully detailed in the Amendment Number 1 to the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,139 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private funds to the health departments for the fiscal year 25 expenses and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,140 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private funds to the Health Department for fiscal year 25 expenses and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,141 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds received from NACCHO, National Association of Country and City Health Officials, to the New Orleans Health Department to create a media campaign to increase syphilis awareness and linkage to care in Orleans Parish, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,142 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 2, 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds received from NACCHO, National Association of County and City Health Officials, to the New Orleans Health Department to create a media campaign to increase syphilis awareness and linkage to care in Orleans Parish, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,143 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 30,141 MCS, entitled an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2025 to effect the following change to the 2025 capital budget to de-appropriate funds from the Department of Property Management, the New Orleans Fire Department, and the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, to appropriate funds to the Department of Property Management, Department of Public Works, the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, the Office of Resilience and Sustainability, and the New Orleans Police Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,144 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate funds to various departments to cover essential public safety expenses incurred during Mardi Gras and Super Bowl events in the FY25, fiscal year 25, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,145 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the year for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate funds to various departments to cover essential public safety expenses incurred during the Mardi Gras and Super Bowl events in fiscal year 25, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,146 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 39 MCS as amended, entitled An Ordinance Providing an Operating Budget of Revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025, to move grant funds within the Health Department from Fund 4405 to 4145, appropriation 200, other operating to 100, personal services for the purpose of delivering medication and medical supplies during a large-scale public health emergency, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,147 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled An Ordinance Providing an Operating Budget of Expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025, to move grant funds within the Health Department from Fund 4405 to 4145, appropriation 200, other operating to 100, personal services for the purpose of delivering medication and medical supplies during a large-scale public health emergency, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That concludes the ordinances on first readings.
Moved by Green, seconded by Harris. 5 yeas, no nays, we're adjourned.